Hello, hi, and welcome everybody. And this is the final stream for the Interstellar Game Jam 9, where in this stream we'll be playing the final entries to the Game Jam. We played every submission so far, and we're gonna go and play some more submissions. That's what we're doing today. We're gonna be giving our first impressions, our live reactions to everything that the developer has to display for us. Some critical feedback, which I always think is pretty handy, no matter what kind of game you're making, and some game jam tips along the way. Um, so far, in the previous streams, we played everything from the Singularity Lounge all the way to Unimatrix, I believe was the last thing that we played. There were quite a few submissions to this game jam, almost 50 entries. Obviously, some of them were disqualified for one reason or another, but it is nice to see that there's people at least trying to get their game seen in this game jam. Um, yeah, that first stream, we think we played everything from the Singularity Lounge to Singularity. The second stream was from what Mr. B is Hungry to Light Shot, I believe. And then the last stream, which was on Friday, the one we did on Friday, number three, was everything from Protect the Hole to Unimatrix. Now we're left with just the games, the last 10 games submitted to the jam. Everything from Slime Singularity to Systems Breach. Um, and since today is the last day for rating games, it looks like we're at like 502 last I checked. Now we're at 524. I think it's the same on the games, give or take. Did something change? Something might have changed. 1, 2, 7, 10. Yeah, that's the same. Um, looks like we got some more ratings. But yeah, today's the last day for ratings. So if y'all are watching this in like the next 6 hours, 7 hours or so, um, hopefully this stream can be used to help you make up a decision for how you would want to rate the last few games. But definitely check out these games if you're watching the stream. Rate it accordingly at home. But yeah, after we're done rating the games, I actually have a few more things for us in mind for this stream. After we're done with Systems Breach, that would be all the games that we've played. I think that'd be a good time because I've seen a few people in the chat in the previous streams want me to give my predictions as to what might win the jam, what might be the best game of the jam. But we'll talk about that, I guess, after we play Systems Breach, because at that point I think I'd be in a pretty good position to not necessarily decide who's going to win the jam, because it's not ultimately up to me. It's up to every single person watching the stream and every single person who participated in the jam. Um, but I'll at least try to make a prediction. I think it'll be cool to look back at some of the games we played and try to try to see who might win at least certain categories, or at least what we think the popular opinion might be, or whatever. But people rate games based off their own personal scale, so it's hard to determine what game might win or whatever. But yeah, we'll also be talking a little bit more about like um anime NYC, play NYC, Gumbo a little bit as well too, because they're tied to the prize for the game jam, the little special prize we have. So we'll talk about that a little bit more as well at that point in the stream. And lastly, there's one more game that I want to show off. That's not related to the game jam, but just like a little like extra bonus content, I guess, to give y'all an update as to some of the stuff I've been working on. But we'll get to that later. It's somewhere in this Steam tab right here at the bottom of our screen that I'm going to can I just zoom in on that real quick? It's somewhere right here at the bottom of our screen. Right there, And whether or not we'll get to that, we'll definitely get to that, but it'll Sorry for zooming in like that. But yeah, it'll be, I think, a pretty nice time to just talk about some of the stuff I've been doing outside of the game jams, and probably kind of allude to some of the content that we'll be making on this channel, on this YouTube channel going forward. Um, with that being said, if you're new here, please subscribe. We're trying to reach 1,000 subscribers at some point, so we can monetize the channel. But um, in the meantime, let's get started on playing some games. First game for the day, first game of the night. I don't know what time of day it is for you, but hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. We'll be playing Slime Singularity. This one's by Briefly 2D. How does it fit the theme? Well, they interpreted singularity as a point in which everything merges into one. So in the game, you have a world or slimes whose goal is to each consume every other slime in order to reach the so-called slime singularity. Okay, and you play as your own slime and go on a journey to a dungeon for the same goal to be consuming your enemies and becoming one with everything. So the enemy, you have to consume everything and then reach the end of the level after collecting everything. Nice. We're gonna check out the game page in just a second, but it looks like we have somebody in the chat. Hello, Oxy Joe. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that was a good water break too. So far, the ratings, we have what, 9 ratings? I forget what the median was. I think somebody mentioned in the last chat it's about 12 or so, and they'll definitely get bumped up as time progresses too, especially as people are making their last minute ratings and stuff. We'll also be keeping track on the ratings for this last stream because I want to see it. Well, we have like 40 submissions. See 7, 14, 28, 35, 36, 37, 38. About 38 games that are qualifying. So we disqualified like almost 9 games or so. I want to see this number jump up. I want to see it jump up quite a bit by the end of this. So if we can get this to 600 by the end of the stream, that'll be phenomenal. So hopefully y'all are playing along at home too. That'd be cool. That'd be fun. But yeah, we'll start off with Slime Singularity. Check out the game page. We already have it downloaded. We just got to set that up in just a moment. Ooh. All right. So Slime Singularity. Enter a mysterious dungeon as a lone slime whose goal is to consume all of his foes. Every choice you make builds your strength and pushes you closer to singularity. Looks like you got another streamer playing the game. That's awesome. I think we've seen that quite a few, but that's really cool to have somebody else also jump in and give you some visual feedback playing the game too. Got some nice comments there. Heck yeah, that's good to see. Cool, cool. Let's check out the game. I have to launch it, so give me just 1 sec while I bring that up. Hopefully, it's not too loud. Let's see. Uh-oh. Okay, don't play this in full screen there. We'll just stretch it out for the stream. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it hasn't been optimized for full screen for widescreen monitors, so it does like kind of flip flop all over the place. So we'll just have to stretch it out here, and I'll just can I at least make it bigger on my end? No, it really doesn't like playing nice there. All right, so we have a tutorial, we have the play button, we have the slime here. I'm assuming if we, I was hoping we could move the slime in the main menu, but that's probably the goal right there. Get the slime from one side and bring them into the jar. So let's try the tutorial. WASD or arrow keys. I don't hear any audio, so I'm not sure if I don't think there's any audio in the game. All right, but what's it called? Use WASD or arrow keys to move. Press N to continue, and hold left click to shoot. And press N to continue. Okay, there's no shooting sound effects. There's no moving sound effects. There's no audio at all. There's no music. Shift space. Okay, and right click are all roll. Whoa. Okay. There's a cooldown for the roll. You can't just do it infinitely, so I do like that. Although I do wish the cooldown was a little bit more shorter. I wish it was shorter, and the roll, the animation, I feel like it's too quick. Maybe that it should be a little bit longer. I'm sure there's iframes when you're fighting people, so we'll see how that goes. All right, so and then N to continue. Getting used to the roll is important for evading enemies. Yes, I figured. Okay, so defeat the enemy. Press N to continue after slime's been defeated. 1, 2, 3. Approach the puddle, read its effects, and consume. Press E. It. How do I read its effects? I don't know what the effects were. Into the trapdoor, press enter to finish this tutorial. Cool. Oh, that's a trapdoor. Okay, that's what that is. Alright, let's jump in. The life of slime is simple: kill, consume, assimilate everything. From underneath the surface, something greater is stirring. At the bottom of the dungeon, something awaits, something stronger than anything found. Whatever the sender, consume, become the strongest. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, there's the reading effect. Okay, the tutorial is just blocking it. Amber slime gives a random stat plus 18, gives a different random stat minus 8. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I don't know which stats. Are these my stats? How do I check my stats? How do I check my stats? Three, two, one, go. Okay, the red one's dash, the orange ones just kind of come at your regular speed. Amber slime, crimson slime, plus 30% damage, minus max health. So I want to do this one first, and then I guess I don't get a choice. I was hoping I have a choice at least, so I can kind of strategize how I wanted to approach this. Oh, the blue guys shoot. Okay. Azure slime, fire rate plus 30, movement speed minus 17. I also can't consume during combat, so there really is no choice as to which ones I consume at a time. So reading them, I feel like doesn't have too much merit. I just eat them and go. Oh, 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 oh. Ivory slime, max health plus 35, fire rate minus 20. I am about to die. 3, 2, 1, go. And this purple one. Oh, he teleports and shoots in a spray pattern. I didn't even read the effect. Whoops. I died. Oh, I gotta start from the beginning too. Alright, so we know more or less what the amber slimes do. Many slimes, yes. This is, I think, the second slime game that we've seen in the jam. No sound, so I am left alone with my thoughts, so that does feel kind of weird. There's no sound effects for the, taking damage, and no sound effects for the enemy shooting or the enemy about to do their attack. The visuals look nice. I like the glowy effect. I did kind of expect it to be more like tile based or something. The levels, for the most part, seem to also be just the same. Like it's just an empty room with not too much of a shape. Like this one has a bit of a shape, but it's still just like empty room with not too much thought put into like any like obstacles or things to kind of loop around and stuff. Because like right now it's just you start at some point in the room and then you just move on. So the rooms, the level design just makes everything kind of feel samey. For these characters here, the purple ones, I feel like if since they teleport, having like a little bit of a telegraph, to know, for example, like when they're about to teleport and also where they're going to teleport to, so the player can anticipate, how to attack them or to defend them and stuff. And I know we're traversing downwards. I think the spawn locations are relative to that. These guys shoot really fast. Even though it's just 3 shots, the bullets travel really fast and they're really small. Oh man, I gotta start over again. This might be my last run. But yeah, the rooms are all just rectangle. They're just rectangles. I go from one rectangle, go to the next room, it's another rectangle. Um, it doesn't feel like I'm really progressing in the game. The way you tutorialize the enemies though, I do like how you give them their own space to breathe. So like each level, it's like there's a showcase enemy. Like this level is all about the blue guy. So I do like that, but the level design doesn't lean into it. And also this guy shoots really fast. The bullets travel way too fast, and also they're really small. For a ranged enemy, I feel like that needs to be balanced a little bit better. For the red enemies, I feel like a little bit more of a telegraph of when they're about to dash. Because right now it just goes from them staying still to them not staying still anymore. So maybe just like a little bit of a glow around them right before they do their move. So this is a different, unique level, right? To kind of like force you into that corner over there. So like more of that kind of unique level design. So that way, players have more of a, like, that felt like a boss fight, not just because you're introducing a new enemy, but we also start off on one side, enter this room on the other side. If we stick around here for too long, we kind of get smushed in by the guy, kind of showcasing that character's size. Like more of that would be really really nice, of the level leaning into the enemies that they're showcasing. Somebody asked how many games we have left to play. 10. This is 1 of 10 for the stream. See, for the teleporting enemy, it makes sense to have an open room, to kind of be like, nowhere is safe or whatever. But you've used this level. Ouch. See, like telegraphing would be really nice to know there. You use this level too much so far. It's been shown off quite a bit. Again, another same exact level. Oh, there are iframes. I'm also not dodging. I just realized. I'll start dodging. Okay, this will be my last one. I will start dodging. That was my fault. I've been failing as a gamer. All right, I'm gonna start locking in. Sorry if I'm a little bit quiet. But yeah, the lack of audio also, you can feel it. You can really feel that lack of audio. That's nice. I still didn't figure out what the purple guy does. I feel like it doesn't matter too much because I can't choose when to do certain attacks, or sorry, not do certain attacks, but which one I eat first, so it'll affect the stats differently. Because like giving -8 to a random stat, I would like to decrease the chance of that stat being the max health one, for example, or doubling down on the fire rate. Like maybe I don't want that to be a stat that's affected. So I'm not too sure if like whichever one I'm closest to eating matters, So I haven't bothered to read the effect too much. You also can't eat during combat either. This movement speed up and damage down. Yeah, those dodges don't really seem to be working all that much. So yeah, now I just do a circle around this guy and then just stay away from him. That wasn't that hard. I do like how you're mixing it up with these other levels with introducing different characters that haven't interacted before yet. And now we have like a larger rectangle for this map. And I feel like the dodge rolls are not really doing much. Like they don't clear distance that well. They don't last that long. And I feel like I'm just diving into bullets. I feel like the dodge roll isn't really doing much. This must be the final boss. Utilizing movesets from all the enemies. Oh, dang it. Yeah, those blue bullets, they travel way too fast. Should I give it one more chance? Should I try it one more time to get to the end? All right, last try. And I'll give my final thoughts too, as well as while I'm playing. So that way, we'll save time immediately afterwards. We'll jump to the next game. But yeah, the lack of audio really, you can feel it. Um, I don't think it's just my headphones not working, but that would help elevate this game a lot, especially with terms of in terms of telegraphing the move set, like the player, like the enemies are doing. It takes me out of the game a little bit. I'm kind of stuck in my own head trying to, make up for the noises. The level design has also been kind of lacking, in my opinion. There's no variety, or there's like a severe lack of variety in the levels design. So it just feels like I'm going through the same space over and over again. Like this is one of the few levels that feel different, and it didn't even take that much. It just took a little extrusion off the middle section here to do something. But having some more spaces that you kind of have to work your way through as well. Like even though there's like a trap door, like make it so that way I start off in one area, make it so I have to have like a traverse to get through these little areas of enemies before I can even get to the trap door. And then obviously I have to eat the slimes to get to that point as well. But I think also allowing the slimes to be eaten at any order could go a long way as well. So I can more like min max my stats a bit better. Also, I'm just taking unnecessary damage right now. And also a way to see my stats. I'm assuming that's what that tab in the top right corner is for, but I'm just taking damage here. The blue guys seem to move away when I get close. This guy just does a heck of a ton of damage. Wow. Yeah, I'm not going to survive the boss fight. I'm not going to survive the boss fight. And a way to see your stats. Again, I'm assuming that's what this tab is for. It just doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, I do like the art. The art is cute. I do like the okay, we got one down. Yeah, the dodge does absolutely nothing. The art is cute. The tiles don't seem to get boring in the background. You have different orientations of them and different tiles as well. It could be, I mean, better tiled, but overall, I like the cute faces on the slimes. I like the coloring and the fact that you have a variety of enemies as well. But I'm tired of the rectangle rooms. And those blue bullets, man. The dodge roll doing absolutely nothing. I can't beat this game. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, that was a tough time for sure. The the variety of enemies was nice, like having you had what the orange slime, which is like your basic enemy, the red ones to do a charge attack, the blue ones have the 3 round burst, the purple ones teleport and do like a radial burst. You have the big gray ones that are like like I call them like the boulders because they seem like the ones that are just like have a lot of health, take up a lot of space, they move a little slow. And then you had the final boss as well. It seemed like that was a really cool enemy to mess around with too. The thing is that the level design got really repetitive really quickly. It's not just that, but also like it was just like a room. Like you just went. It was just like an open room. There was no like pillar in the middle or pillars like spread out throughout. That way you can kind of block bullets from enemies and kind of reposition. There was no like linear like progression. You just like rectangle room, next rectangle room, next rectangle room. So having like a snaking pattern or just like going from area to area, making the areas bigger than the screen. Again, it seems like you're like limited by the screen size. Like you're just putting the level that would fit onto the screen. Um, and think, better telegraph for some of the enemies' attacks. Like the red slime, they did their like ramming attack. We didn't know exactly when they're about to ram, except like they would stay still for like a brief moment. But if there's other slimes that are moving around that are stopping and going, you don't know if that slime's stopping and going is different than its ram attack, you know? The blue enemies bursts, they moved pretty fast on the screen. I didn't mind the 3 round burst. I think it makes sense, but they move so fast across the screen, it gives you like very, very little time to course correct and get out the way for the bullets or dodge them or whatever. That being said, there seems to be like a lack of dodge mechanic as well. Like it was there. There was a dodge mechanic that, you know, you press the button and it would do a little roll, but it didn't seem to do much. Like the distance that it cleared was like almost the same amount of distance as if I was just moving in that direction on its own. Um, like the speed at which you get to that distance, you know, maybe more or less, you know, it was a little bit faster, but honestly, like being able to move gives me more control so I can make more nuanced movement decisions. So might as well just do that for the majority of it. And it didn't protect you for that long. I don't even think it protected you at all because every single time that I use the dodge roll to get out of harm's way or to dodge an attack, it seems like I just took damage anyways. So it was like a really misleading mechanic that I feel like a lot of the enemies' move sets kind of just like, you know, it didn't really get a chance to breathe all that much. Uh, and also too, like we mentioned the entire time, the lack of audio. There was no audio, so you couldn't really hear what was happening throughout each level. Um, which is fine for a game jam entry, just something to consider because you know people have even gone as far to do voice acting for their games. So you know, spending some time to include audio, at least the basics, could go a long way to kind of elevate the experience as well too. And then going the extra mile and doing, you know, specific sound effects for, you know, different things, and then also uh, doing music and different scores and all that kind of stuff could, you know, be even more. There's also like some of the dialogue that explained the game in the intro went by really quickly, too fast for me to read. So either having it stick around for screen a little bit longer or allowing me to manually progress. All right, but that was Slime Singularity by Briefly 2D. I think I'll move on now to the next game, which is Work Again by Hobbs. Hobbs is a pretty active member in the Interstellar Garden Discord community. Um, I believe they're a previous Jam winner as well, but good amount of ratings. I believe they're above the median right now, so that's pretty good. Don't get laid off. Let's see. How does this fit the theme? It's about the player's state of singularity as they have to take on more jobs. Nice, nice. Um, yeah, somebody in chat was asking about Strange Matter. Strange Matter will be coming up soon. It was yeah, after a game about shooting rocks. So we're right now game 2 out of 10. So Strange Matter is game 5 out of 10. We'll be getting that probably like halfway through the stream or so. But let's check out the game page and then we'll check out the game. Replace your coworkers and don't get laid off. That's all the information we get. Let's see if this works in full screen. Doesn't seem so, so we'll zoom in a second. I like the music. Let's just vibe out real quick for a little bit. I think it looped. I can't tell, but god damn, this beat is a fucking banger. All right, let's jump in. Oh my god, that's such a sick beat. Your boss comes to talk to you. E to continue. Boss, hey, so glad I caught you. You and the team have been killing it lately. We're thinking of trying a little experiment. Each day this week, we'll lay off a member of the team. What the fuck? And as we go, you can take over their jobs just to see how it works. Just to see how it works. If it doesn't work, then we'll just fire you too, I guess. Oh my god. So day one, you only have one job, but by the end of the week, you'll be doing all seven. Good luck. Your first job is keeping the fireplace running. Okay. Logs will fall from here, and you have to pick them up and bring them to the fire. If the fire goes out, you lose. Good luck. Easy peasy. And there's a timer on the furnace to let me know if it's close to going out or not. Oh, but it doesn't fill it up all the way. Okay. It only fills it up a certain amount. Day one complete. This is the block sorting. Different colors and shapes of blocks will fall from here, and you have to pick them up and put them in these containers. If the time runs out, you lose. Good luck. Also, I just realized somebody just lost their job over this. They either couldn't sort blocks that well, or they were just unlucky. And so the thing is that I'm the lucky guy that at least gets to keep their job and work off of everybody else who happens to get laid off. Day two complete. We're gonna ace this. We're gonna beat this, no problem. This is the radio. The music channel keeps randomly changing. Whenever the music turns off, you move the top red slider to match the bottom green slider. If the time runs out, you lose. Good luck. I wonder if that's actually going to change the music for me, the player, or it's just going to move. Oh no, put the music back! Yeah! It just takes off the music, okay. I like the music, so that's really good incentive for me to keep that radio tuned. Hey! 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 Did it. Day 3 complete. This is the paper shredder. Paper constantly builds up here. You have to take it and shred it here. When the paper stack fills up, a timer starts. If the timer runs out, you lose. Good luck. Okay, so pick it up and put it here. Oh, this is constant. Well, at least there's no timer until that pile piles up, so I have some time to do the other stuff too. I guess the block sorting is like the most delicate timer. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. Day 4 complete. This is the bookshelf. I just love how there's more shit being added. Dust builds up very quickly here. You have to keep it dusted. If it gets to 100% dust, you lose. Good luck. Oh, you gotta keep pressing E to dust it. Okay, it's not just one and done. Oi, who changed the music? Hold on a second, hold on a second. Who turned off the music? Day 5 complete. This is the aquarium. It's your job to feed the fish. Boxes of fish food will fall from here, and you have to bring them here to feed the fish. If the fish gets too hungry, you lose. Good luck. Easy peasy, just don't get fired. Hey, yo, what the fuck? There we go. Come on. Basics complete. This is the bouncy castle. It has a bit of a leak. You have to use this pump to keep it inflated. If it stays deflated for too long, you lose. Good luck. I like how they had a person for each of these. So it kind of makes sense to have an aquarium feeder person. Somebody that does the bookshelves, but it's just weird that there's just one bookshelf. I wonder whose job it is to shred files and what files it is that they're shredding. But the fact that they have a bouncy castle at all is kind of funny. Put the music back. Hey, who's deflating the bouncy castle? Who keeps turning off the music? No. Fire, please. Fire, please. Fire, please. And the music, please come back. Thank you. We complete! Where's my boss at? Boss, I did it. Congratulations. You managed to do the work of 7 people. We've never seen anything like this. Unfortunately, we just started testing a robot system, and it could work 100 times your speed. So we're gonna have to let you go. Oh, the end. Why? Why did that feel too real, man? That's definitely like some sort of euphemism for today's work age of people getting laid off and other people taking on the responsibilities of others just to then eventually get laid off as well because supposedly they have this new system that does everything more effectively. Uh, I was kind of hoping for like some sort of endless mode at the end there because I feel like I was getting the hang of it. It just wasn't getting too intense just yet. But God, that was definitely some sort of metaphor for robots taking people's jobs these days, huh? It starts off with people getting laid off and other people taking on more responsibilities. That way they can cut the bottom line, and save money. And that's all it is to corporations, is just saving money. Dang, that was dark. If there was a subtle narrative category, this would probably win that. Holy hell. But yeah, no, that being said, first off, the sound, the audio, the music, it was such a banger. It looped perfectly, I feel like. And I didn't even know when it looped, but that song was just awesome. Seems like you got quite a few comments too, and people are just digging it. Yeah, I feel like it was not necessarily too easy. Definitely had its difficulty for sure, especially as you added more and more things on. I just wish we kind of sat with like maybe make the days longer as you have more things to juggle, because by the time it started feeling like it was getting challenging and I was like getting to the point where I'm just like, oh snap, like I really gotta pick up the pace and move things and strategize and prioritize stuff. The day just went over to the next one, and I was kind of hoping I got to sit with some of those mechanics for a little bit longer, especially like the bouncy castle. Like you introduced it so late. Obviously, like everything gets introduced a little bit later than the others, but um, it got introduced pretty late, and we didn't see, like, we didn't get to feel how much of a presence that mechanic could have had. Even though, I mean, obviously the mechanics were simple, you just press E and it inflates. Still, like, I feel like there could be a few more things. Not things. Sorry, we could have sat with that a bit longer. If you made that day longer, if each day got a little bit longer, a little bit longer, I feel like it would have made us how I sat with the mechanics a bit better. Like the Furnace, for example, the Furnace level could have been shorter, but then the Bouncy Castle level could have been longer, and it probably was, to be honest, but it just didn't feel that way. So that music was such a good song. Oh my gosh! All right. Now, I don't know what else to say about the game. I did have fun playing it. I just wanted it to be a little bit more difficult is all. The mechanics were pretty simple. They're pretty straightforward. Pressing E for the most part to interact with things, but I do like how you introduced it in a new way. Like the furnace, and some of it was similar. Like the furnace and the paper shredder were kind of similar. Difference being that the furnace kind of starts with a timer of keeping the fire alive, and the paper shredder, the timer didn't start until the paper is piled up and stuff. So there were, even though like the mechanics were very similar from thing to thing, uh, you did things within the level itself to make it so always interacted with differently, and I did appreciate that. Like nothing felt the same, even though they were so similar. It didn't feel the same. But yeah, that was At Work Again by Hobbs. Like I really don't know what much else to say because a lot of it is just like you know the music was just awesome for sure. This might be one of the contenders for best sound in the jam. And Hobbs, I'm pretty sure, is a musician who makes their own music. So they literally just got on some synths, got on these instruments, and just recorded it themselves. So that's really dope. Anyways, on to the next one. Project Singularity by Plasmon B. How does your game fit the theme? By the narrative. Okay. I mean, there's a black hole right in the thumbnail. Let's see how much that is implied in the narrative. Project Singularity is a game about surviving the Singularity curse. WASD or arrow keys for movement, and left click or space to shoot. Okay. The stages and cities are currently broken. Uh-oh. Uh Assets used, explosion art, main menu music, black hole, and other assets, and more information. No generative AI was used. Love to see it. I'm pretty sure that was the case for the other ones too. I think I checked all those ahead of time and they all were fine. But let's check out the game. Hopefully, there's a full screen option and we can jump in as well. Okay. Those are the bugs you're talking about. Okay. POI. Hey there, John Vader. Mission brief. A moving black hole was encountered in Jose District. It caused a huge catastrophe and communications are fried. Head to the nearest station, Kagi, and issue a warning. Okay, where's Kagi? The area ahead is filled with meteors. Be careful. How's my robot voice? Okay. What happened to the background music though? There was music in the main menu. I was at least hoping it'd carry over to the game. So where's Kagi? Ships detected nearby. It seems to be the rebels. What are rebels at? Oh, gotcha. More rebels. Oh, there is a barrier. I didn't realize there was an edge of screen. On the right side of screen, space. Yes, there is a lot of space in this game. We are close to Kagi. Connecting to Kagi call terminal. Officer. Hello, this is Kagi terminal. How can I be of assistance? He says help, but John. This is Officer John Vader from Jose District. A black hole appeared out of thin air in Jose District and is heading in this direction. Fast. Issue a warning and evacuate as soon as possible. Alright. Is this Kagi? Is this a boss or this is a cutscene? It's a cutscene, okay. It's a pretty cool like space station, but if you were doing music or adding music to the game in the future, this would be a cool part of the level to transition to a different song, like an epic song or something, because this is pretty cool. Mission updated. Head to Noton Terminal. The vehicle needs some quick maintenance, and we need to resupply. Rebel ships ahead. Where the rebels at? Meteor zone ahead. Be careful. I didn't realize I could skip the dialogue referencing space. More rebels approaching. Yeah, being able to skip the dialogue is huge. Looks like that ship's like stunned me from attacking. I say also too, having the ships be more dynamic. They they up there at the top of the screen. I feel like having them like move down and around you a little bit, so that way I can maneuver around them a little bit, and then also shut down your co-pilot, shutting off. Officer, ugh, there have been a recent AI singularity activity. and it infects every new AI in the surroundings. Measures are being taken to suppress its damage. It's best you head to Lao Terminal. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah, having some music here would be really cool. At the bare minimum, the parts where you enter a space station, you can keep it if you want to, like quiet throughout the level, and it's just more sound effects of the spaceships firing and stuff. But if you want to add music in level, this is the part where to do it. The transition between levels. Also, I thought I was gonna get more health. What happened? First a black hole, now an AI uprising. What is this? A singularity curse? Navigating through here without the co-pilot would be quite troublesome. I don't know. I didn't like the AI voiceover. Whoever was doing that one, it was probably me. Oh, there we go. Now we're mixing it up a little bit. Asteroids and spaceships. There we go. I wish there was some way for me to get some health back, either between levels or by destroying asteroids or something. Maybe destroying enemies. There's a chance for them to drop like a upgraded weapon, so that way I can match that of the enemy. Like maybe I start off with one torpedo, and then by destroying these guys, there's a chance to get that double shot that I'm using right now. But yeah, having the enemies move around a little bit, besides just the spawning in of the enemies, I feel like that'd be awesome. Like watching them move around, so they're not just shooting at the spot that I was at. It makes it hard to dodge when going from certain angles. I have 1 HP left. What the heck? Every singularity type at once. I'm curious if there's, if I mean, if there is a next level, what the next singularity is going to be. If there is a next singularity, you know. It seems I'm close to Lao Terminal. I can finally rest and watch the sunrise in a graceful universe. Calls to Lao Call Center. Hello, this is Lao Terminal. Welcome aboard. We hope you have a safe and pleasant stay. Rebooting. This is POI, your AI assistant. It's good to have you back. Hey, we did it! Nice. Where was that music when we opened the gate? That'd be cool to hear more often. That was Project Singularity. I it had a good amount of audio in there, like the audio for like the spaceship shooting and the rocket and the asteroids being destroyed and me shooting, and the story was it was a little bit all over the place, but I did like the fact that you try to include as many singularities aspects within the story of the game. Um, some voice acting would be pretty cool, I think. Having that audio loop, the perfect 1 HP finish, right? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I got through it with 1 HP. Um, the levels either had to have like some ambient sound effect, like track or whatever. Um, But overall, it's great they included the audio that you weren't able to get in there. That definitely helped out a huge, huge amount. Um, the enemy variety, it wasn't that too varied. You had two spaceships, which were nice, but I would like to have seen the spaceships move around. And I feel like by having that variety, it would encourage the players to move around a certain way as well. Like with the asteroids, the player really did have to move. But with the enemies, the rebels, all you have to do is really just stay underneath them to shoot, and that's really it. I think you can include, if you wanted to continue working on this or something similar to this, some power ups. Either like when you destroy an asteroid, maybe it heals me, but when you destroy a spaceship, like an enemy rebel ship, maybe it allows the player to get a new weapon or ability of some kind, like a shield that protects them from damage for a certain amount of time. Different types of rockets that you can shoot. Like you start off with just one rocket, but then you have the ability to shoot the twin rockets at the same time, or increase fire rate by going back and forth between two different rockets, or having like a shotgun spread, like rocket move or whatever, so you can clear out a wider area. There's different abilities I think you can include, like a laser beam that pierces through enemies and asteroids, so you can clear out a whole line of enemies in front of you. Increased movement speed could be another one as well. Trying to think what else. But yeah, power ups, abilities that make huge improvements to the game, and maybe a boss enemy. Something that really takes up space and shoots around a certain area, moves around and stuff. But yeah, more dynamic levels. Like towards the tail end, when you got to the final level, when you had the rebel ships and the asteroids both coming into play at the same time. That's when it got really enjoyable for me, and I wanted to see more of that, where it really had to maneuver, not just to dodge bullets, but to dodge the environment and that kind of stuff. Like I really liked the feeling of moving around and shooting and stuff. The bullet speed of our player, I feel like was a little bit too short, um, and the fire rate might have been a little too slow, at least for my taste. It was a little tricky to figure out where exactly my rockets were going to land, so I was missing a few shots. It wasn't too hard though, but I feel like if you're going to be including enemy movement and that kind of stuff that changes up the game feel a little bit, having more responsive shooting controls could help out with that too. Um, but I did have a good time playing this one though. I will say, I pressed exit, but nothing happened. I did have a good time playing that one though, and I did like the music in the main menu. It was really nice and chill, but we didn't hear any other music throughout the game. Um, it would have been nice to hear a few more soundtracks as we were playing the game. Yeah, it was crazy. I was able to beat it with just one HP. That was wild. But yeah, that was Project Singularity by Plasmon B. I think I said my fill for the most part. Didn't really mention art too much. It was pretty straightforward. Uh, the mobile background was nice. I mean, it lets you feel that you were moving, and then you also, when you adjusted your speed, it also moved accordingly. So you got a good sense of like how fast you were moving. So that was nice. Um, the rebel ships, I did like again the variety of enemies. That was nice. The asteroids seemed like a little bit under texture, so maybe you could have done a little bit more there. But the space stations or whatever, those were really cool, and I feel like you could have leaned into that a little bit more with like audio and also leading into like giving the player a bit more health. Maybe upgrading their cannons or something. That'd be a good point if you were making this like a game where you can continue to progress and build up your ship, for example. Like that'll be a good point for you to incorporate upgrades for your ship and stuff. But yeah, we'll move on to the next one now, and this is a game about shooting rocks by Bennett Johnson, not Bennett Foddy. How does this fit the theme? Well, the singularity in the center of the screen grows and pulls you in. Okay. I think this is the second or third one we've seen where the singularity grows. I know Mr. B is Hungry is one. There was that other one where it's like a top-down shooter of some sort. What was it? Was it Void Heart? I think that one. Yeah, yeah, that one. You had that one is there with the singularities growing. No, it's a different one. It's that puzzle one, right? We played it just last stream. Was it Escape the Black Hole? No, maybe. I think it was this one. Yeah, yeah, I think it was this one. As the level progresses, as the game progresses, the black hole just gets bigger, becoming more of a threat. I do like that aspect of it. See you, Akira. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Have a good day. But yeah, rated by 18 people so far. Good amount of ratings. They were safe from the median. Okay, okay. A game about shooting rocks. The singularity grows with each rock it absorbs, so you shoot the rocks to prevent that from happening. I like that. Very straightforward. How to play. Use A and D to turn and W to accelerate, or you can use arrow keys. Press and release space to shoot. Shoot rocks to gain score, breaking multiple at the same time gives bonus points. Press and release to shoot. Okay, so it's like a charge shot, essentially. A and D to turn and W to accelerate. Okay, so I'm doing a lot of stuff with my left hand here. And like two, this is like a square environment. So, I mean, you're kind of already setting yourself up so that way everything is like as equal distant from the center as possible for something that's going to be in the middle, growing and getting attacked from all sides. So I do like that already. Got some settings, master volume. Yeah, music and sound effects. Always nice to have some settings just in case. Oh, and I like how I just get sucked in the middle there. Okay. 117. Oh no, don't fall in. Good luck. Oh dang. Okay, so I really also gotta use wad or arrows. A little typo there. Shoot rocks to keep it from growing. Nope. So it's not just about like keeping it from growing for growing's sake, but also because I get sucked in, and that's the lose condition. I do like the premise. The take on the theme is like ridiculously spot on. Oh, I'm also not even accelerating. I'm just shooting to position myself. Nope. don't touch me. I think it's starting to grow. I'm about to get sucked in too. Gotta be careful. No! Alright, we gotta go for the high score. The highest of scores. The music is nice and calming. The audio of the rocket, the laser, the impact, the explosion, the bouncing off the edge of the screen sound effect, letting you know that you've reached the boundary of the level. Trying to just like stay off to one side so I don't get stuck in that little death loop of getting too close to the center and then getting hit by all the asteroids. Nope. I like how the big rocks break off into little rocks. The movement mechanic is like funky in a good way. It like leans into the mechanics in a nice way. No, I shot myself into that. I will give it like one more playthrough. I fell in. Oh, it's not WASD because there's no S. It is WAD. It wasn't a typo. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe you could make it WASD if you made the S the shoot button. It kind of serves the same purpose, plus S being S to shoot is funny. I think I have a bit of a strategy here. Let's see if it works. There we go. No, you messed me up. We're doing pretty good until we fall right in the middle. I think this strat is working. at least for now. You can also ram into them too, so that's pretty good. That kind of works. No, they bumped me into the fucking middle. All right. I like the mechanics. I like the audio. The art is pretty is simple in a good way. Like the rocket ship is a nice, simple rocket ship, little 2D art asset. The asteroids I actually really like as well for two reasons. One, because they look nice. You have like the outline and the two colors in the middle. But also the fact that you shoot them and they break into smaller bits. I like that a lot too. Also, it looks like the art is pretty dynamic on there too. It feels like it's moving for even the small ones too. I think it's the same. Yeah, the same for the ship. The background is pretty nice and interesting as well for a couple reasons. One, obviously, it's moving background, so that's always nice. But also like that spiral pattern, kind of like leaning into like what the middle would be, and then it makes you feel like you're getting sucked in as well, like just with the background alone. The only art I don't like is the singularity in the middle itself. I I think it would be a lot cooler if that looked a bit more like a black hole, especially so we know exactly like the bounds of getting hurt are. Because the premise of the game is that the more stuff that gets sucked into the middle, the larger it gets. But I don't know exactly like how large that safe boundary is. Like maybe I'll just stick back and just like let it grow and see what happens. I say that, but I just shot myself right into it. Yeah, let's just stick back and see what happens. Let's see how big it gets. Trying not to shoot them right now, so I don't know if it's working or not yet. I'm really trying not to hit them. I also don't know if them hitting each other counts as them breaking apart. Dang it. I'm trying to lose here, but in a spectacular way, but I can't really see it growing. Come on. No! Alright. I didn't really see it growing all too much. That's kind of why I wanted to stick around. So yeah, like having like an actual black hole be black in the middle, at least like I feel like would be a very distinguishing color from the rest of the background. And then watching that grow, you can still have your particle effect and stuff popping up like behind it. But yeah, having that black hole would make it a lot easier to figure out like what the actual boundary of death is in the middle of the map. But also like as the asteroids and stuff start getting sucked in more, you get to see it grow and grow, and you get to actually see that pattern growing and stuff. You know. All right. Um, yeah, that being said, I really like the sound. The sound was really spot on. Very calm, zen kind of game in terms of like the audio and the gameplay. I think they lends itself to each other really well there. The mechanics were really interesting. This might be like the most on theme game this jam. I will say probably even more so if that black hole you could actually see it grow and grow. Um, but I did have a good time playing it. Um, I don't know. Maybe I wish there was like a lives system, so it's not just like one and done. Like maybe you have three chances before you lose. Because I really wanted to see it grow. I wanted to see how big it could get, but I never got to that. Even when I was trying to, unless like I played for a very long time. But yeah, speeding up that process per asteroid, I feel like would be pretty cool. So each one you feel is more impactful. Um, I'm going to take a quick break because my throat's already starting to get dry. So I'm going to hydrate and rest my vocals for just a couple minutes and also cool off the room for a little bit. I'll be right back after a little section. But when I get back, we'll be playing Strange Matter. I want to make sure that my vocal cords are relaxed enough to get through that one. So I'm probably going to take another break after Inter Black, and then we'll get to it. But in the meantime, let's probably listen to some of that music from Hobbs's game, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Back at work again. I'm kidding. We're back with Strange Matter this time. I'll let some folks pop up back into the stream. I did see I believe the developer was in the chat earlier, so before I get started, I will probably wait for them to get back. So I'm gonna take a sip of water real quick and then say hi in a second. But yeah, this is Strange Matter by Whaleoid. Destroy the universe with infectious, strange matter. How does this fit the theme? Well, it's space, and neutron stars come from supernovas similar to black holes. I don't know. I didn't have a lot of time thinking through. That's okay. Note, I did not get to implement a tutorial. Please read the game page. We will right now. This was made in 2 days. This game was made in 2 days. Strange Matter is a game where you have to sling around liquid in space. The liquid can ball up and merge together to make bigger spheres of liquid. Strange Matter is a substance formed inside of neutron stars and is so stable that if it touches regular matter, it will convert it into strange matter. So let's infect the universe. Sling strange matter at planets until they fully became green to destroy them. Don't get hit by your own strange matter, though. Time your slings right to launch them in the correct direction. I didn't have time to make a win screen, so when you win the game, we'll close, destroy 7 planets to win. Fun fact: Strange Matter is a real scientific theory that could be real. What? If you want to learn more, suggest watching the Kurzgesagt YouTube video on it. That's right, it's pronounced Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt. Credit my partner Sunny and the love of my life made the logo for this page. The rest of it I made. Heck yeah. Right, says the game will close on 7. Okay, so that's right. It's a download game. So let's boot that up real quick. Just give me 1 second. Strange Matter, Strange Matter. Bum 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 bum. All right, we got the game up. Let me get it on here. And so let's wait for the screen here. Let's see what happens if we full screen it. Full screen works. Just get the right size. Center it a little bit. I think that's as good as we're gonna get. Okay, so WASD movement. Spaces to shoot slime balls. Okay. Oh, there's an edge of the map for a space game. That's concerning. Oh, I touched the slime. Now are they just chasing me? Is that what's happening? there other planets around? Okay, there they are. Oh, that's why there's a boundary. Okay, so I shoot it like 3 times. Whoa. Seems like there's an up and down boundary, but there's no like left and right boundary. Oh, oh, oh. And all my missed shots become obstacles. That's really interesting. I think what the goal was 7 planets, right? So that's 4. It's 5. Guessing there's one down here somewhere. Yeah. That's 6. And where's number 7? Right here. Oh, whoa, they disappear after a little bit. Okay. No, they don't. I'm gonna stay right here. This big one's gonna drift over and infect the planet, right? Or did it just disappear? Oh, does my stick? No, it doesn't hit them. That's game. We did it. There was no audio, so I guess we could play through it again while I talk about the game itself. Let's run that back. Then go back into full screen. Hopefully it's the right size. All right. It doesn't seem like there's a way to block the slimes, or at least there's no clear way that we can block the slimes. It is nice that they do become a threat to you, but once you get the hang of the game, oh dang it! I was gonna say yeah, they don't become that much of a problem. Yeah, here they are becoming a problem. That's funny. So you shoot each planet 3 times, and they become infected. So you kind of just like get inside the planet. Oops. And yeah, just stay away from everything else, and it'll slowly get infected by all your shots. What's the last one in the middle, right? Boom. Speed run. The obvious, yeah, there is a lack of audio. I will say, like, I mean, that's pretty. I mean, that's a given with the the noise that you aren't hearing. um, this is still, yeah. I will say if you want to include audio, having it be like per the slime you shoot, and then the slime infecting the planet, or if a slime gets absorbed by another slime, you get like a bigger threat slime or something. Oh no. Dang it. Like just triple shot and then like getting inside the planet, shooting it 3 times, and then just flying away. Whoa. I think we almost got it again. Nice. I think having the asteroids also be an obstacle would be nice as well. It would get a little annoying based off like how many there are on the screen, but I think that would be also make for a nice obstacle instead of just the slime balls. Like maybe the asteroids get infected with slime or something. No. Right now, it only seems like there's two directions they get shot. It's up and down. I don't think there's a left and right. Doesn't seem that way at the moment, at least. Because I was expecting it to be in the direction that the little green gun was pointing or whatever, but it's just up or down. So it's not as dynamic as I was expecting it to be. That being said, if it is just up or down, or if it's just up or whatever, having it be better telegraphed would be nice. That way the player is aware which direction they'll be shooting. Oh, I just flew into my slime ball. I was so impatient. And the last one's right up here. Gotcha. Nice. Um, yeah, so running into your slime balls, that is pretty cool. Having them grow is also pretty cool. It's just the direction that they're shooting is just either up or down. So I would hope for at least like a left and right option, or like I mean, ideally it'd be like any of the six direct or any of the eight directions or and beyond and stuff like a little fine tuning, 360 degrees. But if you are limited in terms of scope and stuff like that, at least having four directions, maybe eight directions would be really cool. But right now, since it's just up and down, it feels a little weird because like you have that gun spinning, but I'm not even sure what that gun does. Like I know it shoots the slime, but doesn't shoot the slime exactly in the direction I was hoping it would. Um, it would be cool too, like if that gun that was spinning around you also absorbed the slime if it hit it, for example, like a little like sword, that cuts through the slime and it disintegrates and it goes right back into the gun as ammunition or something. I'm not too sure how exactly to word it, but I think that'd be pretty cool. Of the little gun absorbing the slime back as it spins around you. Um, but yeah, in terms of audio, like I was saying, with obviously like there being like some sort of soundtrack that plays throughout the game, that'd be really cool. But sound effects for the slime balls as they're getting shot out the gun, sound effect for the slime ball when it merges with other slime balls, and then uh, another sound effect specifically for when a slime ball infects a planet. Like have varying levels. A sound effects for when you successfully infected an entire planet, and I know we're talking about like when you slice the slime or whatever with a gun sword that absorbs it. I feel like that would be another opportunity for another sound effect there. Flying around doesn't need to have sound, um, but overall, like there's like those places in particular you could add sound to really elevate the experience with the game. I don't mind so much the game just closing when you complete the game. I always find it funny when certain games do that. I've seen some instances where people do that like intentionally, and I think that's really funny. There was one instance in certain games that I played where if you lose, the game just closes, and that was really that was really brutal. Luckily, that wasn't the case for this one. So, like the win condition being that the game closes isn't that big of a deal because I could always just relaunch it and play it again, and which I've done already a few times. Um, but yeah, the asteroids in the background, I think having those be an element of gameplay as well could go a long way, especially for like the level design. Because right now you have like those boundaries at the top and bottom, but it doesn't seem like you do, at least for the character on the left and right side of the screen. Like you just kind of float on off screen. I'm not sure if it's infinitely or if there is a certain distance that they do, but yeah, they do float on for a little bit off screen. So yeah, kind of just like synchronizing that with the screen itself. But those planets that you have at the edge of the level, it'd be really cool if you could at least fly on the just around those entire planets instead of the planet being like cut off screen like halfway or so. But like by placing asteroids around, especially strategically, you can really experiment and have fun with the level design. Um, you could have some asteroids be in the foreground, some asteroids be in the background. I did see there was a little bit of like parallax going on. I feel like if you layered it a bit more with different layers, it'd really give you the sense of like of place of where you are somewhere in space. And then you mentioned the like neutron star. Uh, that'd be really cool if that was like in the background. Like if you had like a neutron star in the background somewhere, I think that'd be really cool. But I did like the art of the little guy. I know it's pretty simple, but like the proportions and everything, I think it came out really well. It was pretty nice and enjoyable. But the gameplay was fun. The mechanics seemed like seemed pretty tight. It didn't feel too bad moving around. Failing there being a fail state, I think having a little bit of a transition between like this is one of the reasons why there's like main menus, for example, of like me booting up the game and then jumping into actual gameplay and stuff, and having like a fail screen as well could also help with that too. Like oh, like I hit into the slime, I reset the level, but since I reset the level, let me take a break before I immediately jump in. Like maybe I gotta like reposition myself in my chair for a little bit, but by doing that, if the game is just running, then the slimes just kind of come in and take me out before I even have a chance to put my hand back on the mouse or whatever. But moving around felt fun. Just the lack of obstacles. It was just a slime. I feel like it'd be really cool if those asteroids played a part in it and like kind of bumped into me. And also the planet themselves. I was able to kind of just like fly over the planet. So like if the planet was also another obstacle, so that way I can't just like I could shoot slime at it, but I can't just like protect myself using the planet to absorb the slime that's chasing me. Placing the asteroids or locations could help out with like, the level design and the feel of the level, even the planets if they have a boundary or a collider on them, so you can't bump into them, but you can still shoot them. That could also lead into the level design as well, uh, and opening up the map a little bit more so we can fly around the planets too. It'd be really cool if the planets had like some sort of gravitational force. That's what I was expecting with the slime. They only seem to follow me. It'd be really cool if there was a planet that was closer that it would follow the planets more so than it would follow me. And then we touched on the mechanics as well, the shooting mechanics, having it be able to shoot in all four directions at the bare minimum. Eight directions would be even better, and then 360 directions for full like control because you do have the gun that just rotates around the player. Uh, so like I understand like timing the shot is part of the gameplay, but it only seems like it goes up and down. So being able to time it to like other directions would be pretty cool too. Especially if like like when I was like shooting some slime, there was some that was coming up close to me on the left hand side that I wanted to like condense into one, but I wasn't able to shoot left and right. I was only able to shoot up and down. So it kind of just took away from my agency as a player there a little bit. But I did have fun playing around with this. I did have fun speed running the game. But yeah, that was pretty cool. Thank you for submitting the game and joining us for the jam. Again, that was a Strange Matter by Whaleoid. Whaleoid. I think it's Whaleoid, like the country whale, like Wales. Uh, I say whale. I'm gonna move on before I embarrass myself a little more. Do a little water break and then jump into this one. All right. Sorry, I was just making sure I get the message out in the server. All right, yeah. Next up, we have Endless Barkery. This is by Kayla, United Failures, Mo, and Kai Cantry, Kai Cantry. I hope I'm pronouncing some of those correctly. Rated by 21 people so far. This is definitely up there in terms of most rated games. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, number three right now. Let's do a little refresh because surely there's more people rating this game. We're gonna get this up to 600 by the end of this, right? Hopefully, surely. Yeah, number three in ratings. That's really really good. Seems to be pretty popular. Can we do popularity? Interesting. It looks like as some of the people are going back and playing some of the other games, those are also rising up to popularity. Especially the ones that we've done on stream already. I think we've done all these on stream except for five letter word and obviously endless barkeries right over there. But yeah, endless barkery. How does this fit the theme? Uh, since we use a giant dog eating a bunch of pastries and to become a dense enough to collapse. There you go. Made in Unity. And we have the developer in the chat too. Welcome, welcome. Said this was lit, though kind of degen span strat was viable. This company said I already rated all the web games. Yeah. Someone said the spam will work, but didn't work for later rounds. We add a zero point 0.7 delay to clicking, maybe to prevent it. Gotcha, gotcha. All right, so we have ancient deity of the town has started swallowing its citizens. It's up to you to satiate its appetite with freshly baked pastries. With the help of your assistant baker, Patty, fill his mouth with as much food as possible within the time limit. Goal: fill the monster's mouth with blocks required to the required bar level before the time runs out each round. Try to get a high score of the leaderboard on the leaderboard. Endless Barker was made in 5 days for the Interstellar Game Jam 9. Heck yeah, that's us. That's up there. Update. We have more updated version after the jam period is done. Please stay tuned. Speaking of which, yes, there is also the Post Jam Productions Post Jam Game Jam, or PJPPJGJ for short. There was 169 people that joined last I checked. Now it's still 169 people. Definitely join this one if you're planning to do updates to your game jam entries for this game jam or any other future game jams. This one in particular does have a time limit at the end of this week. So as you know, we're doing the live stream and the submissions are still going on. There's still the ability to make updates to your game. You just can't update the itch.io page because right now it's still locked for this game jam. But in what's about 5 hours or so? It's almost 7 o'clock. About 5 hours or so, the game jam submissions will unlock because the winner will be announced, and yeah, we'll get into that stuff later on too. Once we're done with the streaming all these games, I'll let you know more about the what's going to happen with the winning game for the jam and make our predictions and stuff too. Controls: red box, you lose points. Gold, you gain points. And the purple is the mega zone. Okay, so left mouse is to click to place, and the right mouse is to rotate. We have credits here: character design, asset production, background artist, asset production, programming, and music and sound effects. And of course, this was made with humans and not AI. Hopefully, this full screens properly. We got some discussions in the chat real quick. Says someone was popular early on and fell off since things based on actual itch plays and not jammers playing. Interesting. Think to make a better solution, make thinking better than filling any spot since adding a delay adds frustrations. Okay, let's see. They're talking about spoilers for the gameplay. I haven't even played it yet. I think it stretches it too much if I do that. So I won't. I think it's being stretched. I can't tell. I'll just zoom in. There we go. I'll just zoom in so we don't stretch things out too much. All right, so we got some options. We'll check that out first. Music, sound effects. Okay. Click to place, which I think we do want to enable. Got a leaderboard. Oh, snap. We got an online leaderboard. Interesting. Let's see how high we can get. Hmm. I don't know what I'm doing. Oops. Success. Okay, so it's like time based, I think. Okay, okay. Oops, I messed that up a little bit. Okay. Oh, 4 seconds. Yeah, we got as much as we could. So we need. Okay, I see the score limit on the side there too now. Mm, we got bonus purple zone here. Let's try to stick to the edge of that purple zone. Okay. Oh, I see that there now. Okay. 4. Ah, ah. Nice. Okay, okay. Go. Oh shit, 5 seconds. Ah. Oh, we didn't do it. Oh, dang it. We were focusing too much on trying to get the min max there. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, now we're just kind of, yeah, filling the rest there. Oh, what's going on there? It's like a little visual bug happened on screen there. Nice, nice. There we go. All right, come on, fill in the rest, fill in the rest. Go, 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 go. Nice. All right. Yeah, some of these are getting a little bugged. I'm gonna have to restart the game in a bit here. Yeah, it's kind of blocking what I can see. Hmm. This is one I lost last time, right? I'm just locked in right now. Sorry, I'm not talking much. This is the one I'm probably gonna lose in, especially with the visual glitches going on. No offense. Okay. 14 seconds. 5 seconds. Spam. Okay. Whoops, I messed that up. Or did I? Fill in the void, fill in the void. I don't know where to go. Oh my god. Okay, I'm trying to prioritize these golden spaces so I get as many points as possible. Ah! I failed. Is that round 8? The spam strip. Yeah, let's try reloading real quick and see if we can get rid of that. Oh man. Let's see real quick what the Mega Zone. Purple's the Mega Zone, and the gold is gain points. So I wonder what Mega Zone means. Oh, oh, oh. I didn't see what I got to do there. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, that's what it means. Okay. Megazone discovered. Okay. So now they're kind of stuck there. Looks like there's a Mega Zone glitch going on there. Okay. Spam! Mega! Spam strat! Spam strat! I'm eating a lot right now. Alright, let's see. Oh, you can switch between two of them. Oops. Do like that. Spam, spam, spam! It's not enough! Spam some more! No! No! We didn't spam fast enough. Oh man, those visual glitches are pretty big. Alright, let's try doing this without the mega. And that'll probably be like the last one we do. I know the mega gives us a lot of bonus stuff, but I think right now, oh, we kind of messed us up right there. Oh, I forgot I wasn't trying to do the mega. I messed up already. The megas are still there. Hmm. Yeah, those are still taking up space. Cute there. Nice. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. We're staying alive. I like the music a lot. I do like how like intense it gets at times. Oh, spam strat. We're getting close to the end time limit. Oops. I do like how the screen turns red to inform us that it, is getting close to that time limit. I'm just locked in right now. I'm sorry. And they'll do a little shake when they're all done too, when when it's all ready to be eaten. Hey, we got the musician in the chat too. We got the artist in the chat. Welcome, y'all. I'm digging the game so far. This is a lot of fun. That's why I'm so quiet. I apologize, but I'm like in the zone, like I'm locked in. Got 10 seconds left. Got 5 seconds left, and then we do the spam strat, which we failed to do because we didn't do it fast enough. Ah, man. Okay, I know I said that was the last one, but I'm gonna do one more. One more. Yeah, someone said make the red area a little bit more menacing. Do you think that's like you wanted people to really, really not do that? Similar visual treatments to the bonus areas, so change the design language to good for that. Yeah, the books in the bottom did get in the way for like looking at some of the screen. I will say that clipping does happen there, which is unfortunate. Since I didn't want to do, that they have more replayability. Yeah, we'll do one more. We'll do one more, and I'm really gonna try to avoid that purple area as much as I can, or at least not completing it, just that way we can you know not accidentally hit like a mega. Oh, there you go. Oops, that's close. There we go. Level completed. Nice. All right. We got this weird area here. Do a little of that. Do a little of that. A little of that. Do a little of that. A little of that. Ooh, yeah. I got all the gold areas. I'm gonna do a little bit of a spam strat here, but let's try avoiding the red and the purple areas. Okay. Okay. Go. A little light spam strat, nothing too crazy. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. We got this long boy. Put that there. That's not where I meant to put that. That kind of screwed me over a little bit. Yeah, I will say the responsiveness of the pieces kind of coming into place. I feel like it needs to be tuned a little bit. 17 seconds. Making good progress here, I think. 7 seconds. There we go. right, I do like the little baker popping up on the side there. Okay. We got all the gold there. So now we can kind of do our little. Whew, that was close. All right, so we have a lot more visibility now, which is great. Where is long piece? We need long piece. We got 12 seconds. Where's long piece? No! Let me get the long piece. Alright, we're getting some good spaces here. Okay, we're losing time. 7 seconds! Spam strat! Oh, 7 seconds! The level we keep failing and no! Oh, we did it. Round 9. It's the first time we got this far. Okay. Got 16 seconds on the clock. Little spam strat. Yeah, we get to the end there. Round 10. This is the first we've gotten. Oh. Oh. Shit. Fuck. We lost. Dang. Oh, man. I think that's what we're going to call it for that one there. I love the art style for this one. This one has really, really, really good art. Seriously. The cute little baker that pops up on the bottom, the dog itself, all the pastries. I will say, the pieces I think should have specific art tied to them so we know exactly the shape of the piece. I know these are like tetrominos or whatever. Um, for the most part, like, the ice cream cone was like the ice cream with like those two extra sides. But when I saw like the pretzel, I wanted to make sure for sure that that was the 4 slot one, and like some of these were like the the S shape patterns, the T shape and the L shape. Because there's also like the reverse L shape, and there's also like that reverse like S shape. That's more like a Z, I guess, shape. So like being able to distinguish those at a glance based off of the pastries that make them up, I think would be really important to help distinguish, especially when you're trying to do like that spam strat of what piece actually is coming up. Because it seems like some of them have like either mixed pastries within them, but also like mixed designs for each one. But yeah, super, super really like I like the music, I like the art, I like the gameplay of it. The timer seems a little bit unforgiving, but maybe like some more sound effects for the timers. So like you have like a 20 second, 15, 10, 5 second warning or whatever. So I know there's a visual effect of the map turning red and shaking and stuff, but adding a little bit more to it with the audio, I think could help uh, showcase some of that threat that's impending. New hard mode, avoid purple area. Exactly. I needed to avoid that visual glitch, like actually see the gold spaces for some of the other areas, because that's how you win. You lock in, get all the gold spaces you can, and then you can start filling in all the other spaces. Avoiding red for sure to get any minus points, but also avoiding filling in the purple slots because those mega pastries they stay from round to round, unfortunately. So hopefully, if you guys do continue working on this, you fix that little glitch. It was weird because you said you didn't run into it, so definitely good to that I played it, so it was aware to you. Um, the updated version should have some dialogue too. Heck yeah. I can make some more different. It's all different pastries, but they all blend together. Yeah, like maybe like sticking to one per tetromino, for example. Like if all of these are the same piece, like maybe just make all four like strawberry pie or whatever apple pie slices. So when the apple slices piece comes up, even though there's four slices of apple pie, you know that that's that S shaped pattern or whatever. Um, but yeah, just keeping it a little bit consistent. Just that way, players are at a glance aware of what piece they have in their hands and can place it accordingly. Because I guess you're running against the simplicity of just having it be a specific color, like the some of the blocks and spaces on the map itself. By having the pieces be of a more intricate design, it makes it harder to kind of determine at a glance which spot you should place it in, especially if like like, all right, cool, like I have a good spot for an S shape over here. Once I see that S shape pop up, I know to grab it and place it immediately. But if they don't know what the S shape looks like, especially when they're doing the spam strat, it kind of goes against, it kind of works against them and doesn't allow us to place it where we want to. And then it's just like, oh shit, I had a good spot for that, and now I blocked it, and now I have no spot for it. So it helps out with that and those moment to moment placements. But I did have a good time with it. I got all the way to round 10, so that was really good. And it seems like there's like some sort of high score system to some capacity, so that's really neat. I'm not sure how intricate it is. Um, I don't think I got up on the board. I don't know if I did or did it. I'm assuming if I got up there, I can type a four-letter name for myself or something. But yeah, no, that was fun. I liked it. The glitch will be fixed. It will be uploading to the post jam tonight. Heck yeah! Also, be mindful. I think this for this Interstellar Jam, the ratings end. It should end at midnight. Yeah. So at midnight tonight, I guess you can upload. You can update it and then upload that build to the jam, the post jam. I don't think there's anything stopping you from submitting your project now, but I guess this would lock you from updating your submission on the game page. So I guess up until that point, you won't be able to update it for it to make more sense for the post jam game jam. But yeah, that was Endless Barkery by Kayla, United Failures, Mo, and Kai Cantry. Shout out to the devs for joining us in the chat. I really appreciate the artist and the musician popping in saying hello. That was really cool. And then Squelpy in the chat, uh, also providing feedback is pretty cool too. Appreciate that. We got 4 games left, 4 out of 10. Oh man, my room is heating up again, so I'm gonna probably cool off for just a moment here. I know we only did a couple games, but we did spend some time on there. Actually, you know what? We'll keep it going. After this, though, I will take a cool down break. But I already feel my room heating up already. Sip some water, and then we'll start chatting on this one. All right. Next up, we have Inter Black. This is by Team. I guess this is just them stating who their team was. So this is submitted by Chico Dev, Kevron, Kevron, Kevrown, Salvador Casas, Black Borzoi, and Medi Soviet. And over here says Team Black Borzoi, Chico, Salvador, Meki, and Kevron. Kevron. I guess that's Medi right here. Cool. How does this fit the theme? This is a platformer game about black holes. All right. It's made in Unity. And we're gonna check out the game page, and then we already have it installed, so we should be good to go. And by the way, it's a bug that the end comes early. It's Kai Brown. Kai Brown. My bad. Kai Brown. Jupar. Sheko Medi Kai Brown Salvador et Black Borzoi. Programmation Medi. Art Psycho et Medi. Musique Effets Sonores is Black Borzoi, Kevron et Salvador. Remerciements Special. Carton por Laborator. Carte en Twilis Sir Israel. I probably butchered that pronunciation there, but it seems this is in French, right? Is this French? I man, it's okay. It's okay. Hopefully, I pronounced that in well enough that it wasn't too cringeworthy. But it's okay. This is pretty much just the credits, just saying, letting people know who made the game. But we already kind of read that out already, so it's okay. Um, but yeah, this is a download game, and as y'all can see here, this has not been rated by too many people. So since this is the last day of ratings, if y'all haven't rated these games yet, please do. I want to try to get this number up to 600. Right now, it's still at 526. So I don't know if we'll be able to get that to 600 by the end of tonight. I'm going to do my part and rate these games after the stream is over. So this is going to go up by, like 30 something. So, you know, it'll get a big boost in that regard, but still this has to reach like 560 or something to us for to get close to 600 after I do mine. But this is a download game, so I'm gonna prep that up to show off right now. Just let me get that booted. Enter black. And yeah, we have one of the devs in the chat right now, at least. Did it launch? Okay, there we go. It took a while. All right, let me. Game page. Oh, doesn't seem like it loops. I guess we have some. Somebody's asking, how do I rate the games? Do I remember what the game was, or am I taking notes? I rewatched the stream. I rewatched the stream of myself playing the game, and I I just remember how I felt about everything. And then also too, when I'm done rating all the games, I go back and then rebalance my ratings just to make sure that they're all on par with how I feel should be the rating for each game. But like I don't know which one, which out of all these games we played, I don't know which one will be a 5 star in art, in my opinion. If there's another game that has like slightly better art or something, so just be like, oh, like I'll probably rate this one a 4 star because these are like the 5 star quality art games in this jam, and it got kind of bumped down a little bit, just out of that respect. Um, Obviously, there will be a lot of overlap between some games that have like different art styles, but they'll still both be rated 5 stars in my opinion. But I don't do any of it on stream just because I don't like when people just follow the same exact rating system that I do. But yeah, seems like the audio for this one didn't loop, so we're just going to no multiple 5 stars per category. I do. Some games do, have a couple of 5 stars. I wouldn't say across the board. It'll be like 5 star, 5 star, and then 3, 4 stars or something. But if a game does have does a phenomenal job in different categories, I do make sure that they're rated accordingly. Yeah. All right, here we go. You are Cooper, a scientist who just invented a portable black hole. But a legend draws you a mountain peak. Now you must climb the cliffs to reach the summit. Will you prove the old myths right? Or will you die trying? Whoa! Use left click to spawn a black hole and scroll wheels to control the power. Oh, we got a walking sound effect, we got background music. I think I soft locked myself by shooting the black hole too early. Whoops. I might have to relaunch the game, sorry. It's a 1 in 2 chance of the ending being early. Take multiple boxes or a few boxes. There are spiky games that have both 1 star and 5 star, but those are rare. Game audio is quiet. Let me see. Yeah, let me boost up the audio for the desktop a little bit. Do I want to shoot it up here? Use right click to remove the black hole. We got box physics, okay. A little stringy. Yeah. Here you have some boxes to try out the power scaling. Tutorial finished. The end. Hey! Game by Chico, Medi, Kivron, Salvador, and Blackmore Zoe. Programming by Medi, art by Chico and Medi. Music and sound effect is Blackmore Zoe, Kivron, and Salvador. Special thanks. Oh, I didn't read the special thanks. We'll run through that again. That was pretty quick. Couldn't fix the bug in game test. Okay, no worries, no worries. Let's try again. There's no way to skip that cutscene, so I'll just read chat in the meantime. People are making their predictions as to who might win the jam, or at least their placements, predicting their placements. Yeah, the ending was early. It seems like what there was like a trigger that you probably moved too far to the left or something. That happens, especially if you're like anticipating the level to be a little bit longer, and or like you expected the level to end there. And then there's gonna be a second level, but then you ended up making the second level within the first level. I've seen that happen a few times. Oh wow, it's even sooner. Is it because of the amount of black holes from the spamming and stuff? It might be because of the amount of black holes from the spamming, so we'll try to use that. The box physics was a little too much. Oh, is the collider a physical thing that's moving because of the black hole? Is that what's happening? And my black hole is just sucking the end the end closer to my location. That's a fun bug. Well, not in like a gameplay sense, but like the fact that it's just a collider it's getting moved around is pretty interesting. What if we made the power scaling a lot smaller and we never used it again? I guess we gotta use it one more time. Yeah. Come on. Okay. That's the end right there. That's a checkpoint. There we go. There's a spike right there. Okay. I'm assuming we're supposed to get up there. Another checkpoint. Lava. There's a lot more here that we weren't able to see. Okay, there's stuff up there. Oh, it's text. Yeah, I think that's the Easter egg text is right there. What's just happening? Can we get ourselves up there? Okay. 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 No! I thought there was gonna be some more floor there. Okay, it looks like we're just gonna infinitely fall. Let's try going over that lava pit. Let's try going over that lava pit. Gamer instincts to go out of bounds. I thought I had to go up there because I mean initially because like the platforming kind of pushed me in that direction. Um, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to go up there. My bad. Trying to avoid missing too many black holes. We don't move that end point. It looks like the next area we got a black hole through is. Oh, so we got through the creeps. That's a lot. That's enough so we can kind of climb over. I like the character animation. I like the character design. Very derpy looking in a good way. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. No. Okay. Think you're getting the hang of it? I do think I'm getting the hang of it. So much so that I think this is the part where I just go, Kia, and just make the end to me. If I increase the hole power, then it'll just suck the end goal to me, and I don't want to do that. Oh, oh, it says go up. Ascend. Almost there. Another checkpoint. Am I getting further than anyone you've seen play the game yet, or are you about expecting people to kind of get here more or less? I am curious because it's like you said it ends pretty abruptly, and it ended like right after the tutorial, but we've already done like 3 times the tutorial. Okay. I think people have finished it. Okay, cool. I'm glad. I'm glad. Oh. Nice. Can you go around it? Oh, there's boxes down here. that is the end there. Today I learned Shadow was kind of correct. Today I learned Shadow's a god gamer. I haven't played Celeste. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had a 1 minute and 30 second to fix it. Oh dang. Guess what happened? What happened? I'm curious. The end is that your experiments kinda kinda what? Backfired. Uh-oh. Backfired in what way? Says don't feel bad. It's just a game I was not gamer enough to beat. No, I mean I don't feel bad that I haven't played through Celeste. I'll if you stick around to the end of the stream, I'll tell you why I feel bad for it not playing through Celeste. At least not yet. Eat the world. Oh no. Oh. Fucking with the fabric of space time is no bueno, hermano. Yeah, who'd have thought spamming a whole bunch of singularities everywhere would be a good thing, you know? Oh man. But it seems like you kind of know more or less what needs to be fixed. I will say now that I actually was able to play through the level, I was kind of disappointed with the lack of level design. But there was level design. It was just I sucked the end goal towards me with the singularity, which now you're telling me the kind of like twist at the end there. I guess it kind of seems on par with the theme for your game where you just crank up the power to maximum. You just ruin the entire world. I think that's pretty clever. So, oh, end of stream. I'll try, but it's kind of the middle of the night already. I guess you'll have to wait until the VOD then. Oh no. We only have a few more games left, but I mean, I guess I could kind of tease it now, but I will go into full fledged towards the end here. But I do want to finish up with my thoughts for this game first. Then I can tease it, and then we can fully dive into it after all the games. But um, the level design definitely could have been more interesting. I know you didn't have too much space to play around with, but with the mechanic that you had here, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. I didn't see if those spikes were if they fall into that fallacy of a square collider on a triangle asset. So I wasn't too upset by that, at least not yet. But you have your hazards. You have like the lava pit. You have the spikes, and then you have the mechanic of traversal, which is the black hole. And only being able to have one black hole available at a time, I think, is pretty cool. Um, because it not only sucked you as a player into it, but also sucked in obstacles too. So you can use it pretty utilitarian in a utilitarian way. I don't know if that's a good if that means what I think it means, but it's a utility as well as not just an ability for you to have like an infinite double jump or whatever, but also a way for you to manipulate objects around you. Um, It'd be really cool too if there was a hazard that could also be sucked in by the black hole. So you really, really had to think hard about where you're placing them because since you as a player is being sucked into the black hole, um, that hazard being sucked in along with you, could provide a lot more opportunities for the player to think about how they use that mechanic. Because we had the crates. The crates are pretty handy, but we didn't really get too much use out of them. It'd be really cool if you had to push some boxes into place, whatever. but you couldn't use a black hole because if you did, not only would the boxes, move and get out of place, but also the hazard would move into place, and that would kind of prevent the player from moving forward or something. Um, but if not for this game, but for like a future project, if you want to make something similar to that, it'd be really cool if like you had some puzzles that leaned into when you did and didn't use the black holes. That way, the player doesn't just span there. So he wanted to do more puzzles, but the main programmer wasn't there for 3 days. That kind of sucks. Um, yeah, there's a lot of times when forming a team is really important to communicate with the team what your availability is, and if something comes up, communicating to let them know that you won't be available for a certain amount of time. Um, a 2 day jam for real. But yeah, like communication is pretty key. I'll maybe because I know we talked a little bit about it at the end of the last stream, but I was thinking of making some content for future videos for this channel. One of them could be like a jam, like a generic, like a general jam tips kind of video. One of the things I'd definitely go into would be assembling your team ahead of time for the jam and just like some tips on better communications. That way, no one's taken by surprise during the jam. The jam was not 2 days long; it was 5 days long. But when you only have a programmer for 2 days, it's a 2 day jam for that programmer. But some teams have submitted jams in less time, and like the whole team just came in late, submitted in 2 days, or they had a busy weekend, and so they only had 2 days before the weekend started to submit. They submitted early or something. So there are certain instances where people join in late or submit early because they just can't do all 5 days. And then obviously there's people that stick around for all 5 days or 4 days or whatever. So it is nice to see people utilize whatever time that they have and make something within their own little time crunch too. But but yeah, no, I did have fun with the game. The mechanic was really cool. The level designs were nice. I just wish there was more. Uh, I guess more levels, more content. I guess that's not a bad thing, but some more also two assets of like hazards and stuff as well, that things that get sucked into the black hole, because right now it's just us in the crates. It'd be really cool if there's other things like either something delicate that we didn't want to break, that once broken would either cause like a fail state or something, or something that is just brings the hazard to the player, or maybe something that breaks the crates. There's a lot of different things you can mess around with that black hole mechanic. um but yeah. But yeah, that was Enter Black by Chico Dev, Kyve Round, Salvador, Black Borzoi, and Medi Soviet. Here's the team lineup there as well. Um, but yeah, no, that was like I said, a really good, interesting take on the theme. I did like that mechanic a lot. All right, let's see. I'm gonna sip some water, and then we'll move on to this next game here. White hole matter, which closes a black hole if sucked in. Yeah, that could be another thing too. There's just a lot of different cool things to do with black holes that you can implement. All right. Before we get into this one, I'm going to cool off for just a moment, and then I'm gonna try to get the developer in the chat as well. Just give me one moment while I cool off for a bit, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to get the developer in the chat too in the meantime. Just give me one moment. Won't be for too long. I'll throw on some jams in the meantime. Actually, let me see what we got here. Uh, Yeah, let's try out this real quick. I'll be right back. Give me one moment while I cool off for just a bit. All right, I am back. Not sure if we were able to get the dev in the chat in time, but we'll see. I pinged them a couple times in the server, and I'm sure a few other people did as well. Uh, a few more people have been pinging them in the chat as well. Let's not spam them too much in the Discord server, but I appreciate y'all helping out. In the meantime, though, at least y'all wouldn't be able to know where the timestamp is more or less for the video. Um, but yeah, next up we have SNIP, which is an acronym for Singularis Networking Interthread Protocol. This is by Hummer Digital. You play as a virus tasked with taking down an AI on the verge of becoming a singularity. How does this fit the theme? Well, singularity most commonly refers to technological singularity, a hypothetical future point where artificial intelligence surpasses human capability and triggers runaway self improvement. Play as a virus tasked with taking down the mainframe of an AI on the verge of singularity. This is a I forget how many games have done AI singularity. It's a really interesting concept. Again, that wasn't my intention with the theme, but it seems like y'all have done your research more so than I have, and were able to come up with a lot of really interesting takes on the theme, which is pretty cool. Again, this game has only been rated by 6 people so far, probably because it's a download only, probably because of a lack of screenshots on the game page. The only thing people have to go off of is the word snip. So having some more screenshots on the jam page would help people before they even click on your game page and look up the game to have a better idea of some of the stuff the game has to offer. Um, and also, too, I think I mentioned before, like having a GIF for a thumbnail also helps with people being able to see a bit of a gameplay or just a vibe for what the game's all about. Even though we have it installed, we're gonna check out the game page if there's any more information there. Maybe there's more screenshots there, and then we'll move back to play the game itself. We have it installed. We're good to go. So SNIP, Singularis Networking Interthread Protocol. It's a third-person hack and slash tech demo where the player is a virus tasked with taking down an AI on the verge of becoming a singularity. A third-person hack and slash. Interesting. I believe they said it's made in Unity, and this person, to my knowledge, is more of a game maker person. So they might be testing out their Unity, flexing their Unity muscles here. We got a good amount of comments here. Nice, nice, nice. But let's check out the game for ourselves to see what all the fuss is about. I'll just crack open that. Snip. And snip. Let's see, it's probably still loading. 1 second. There we go. Nice. We got that default Unity background going on there. No settings menu, no audio so far, no like word snip or the what the meaning of the acronym was on the home page here. But let's see here. Start game. There's this third person hack and slash. You are a virus. There's the music. Okay. My sensitivity's pretty high. The movement's kinda slow. Oh. Now we're talking. Okay, I like that. I wish we could cut it up a little bit more though. Like you have the first cut. Cut down the singularity. I don't know if that means the boxes, but I'll cut out all the boxes. Okay, well, it does seem like there's multiple flash. Let's try slashing it on our way down, perhaps. Okay, it does do multiple slashes, okay. Animation's a little jank. Wasn't too sure what the controls were for the game. I feel like showing that off somewhere, either in the game page, I mean preferably in game, or tell the person to slash. I don't know what that slash bar is. There we go. I'll keep cutting these all the boxes and then I'll move on to the next thing. Yeah, it does do multiple slashes. I'm digging that a lot. Nice, that's one combo there. Why is this one not getting slash? There we go. We got these. We got these. There you go. Okay, that's pretty cool. They don't cut. They don't guarantee to get cut. So when we come on, cut. Cut. There we go. Now these are the things we gotta chop out. Chop it up. Nice. Nice. I don't like how when we start the animation we can't move. It's either or of those. Either you walk in, which I mean the walking works fine. There's just like no directional movement. But also like once you're slashing, you can't move anymore. You gotta wait for the slashing animation to finish before you can move again. Which means you can't reposition yourself to get closer to the sphere or any object as you're slashing it. I want to keep slashing it. turn down the brightness? I cannot. It is really bright, huh? Should get some comments here. Yeah, cutting them down is really satisfying. I just wish I was able to move as well, so I can. Like, I wish I could move while cutting, so I can get closer to the things. But like once I like press the slash animation, even midair, I stop moving. It would be really cool to be able to move and slash. They do dissolve pretty quickly, in my opinion. I'm just gonna restart section here, so this will tab out and launch it again. It does say you are a virus, which is nice, but there's no control. Like this is how you move, you know. You got the move mechanic. I feel like we move pretty slow as is. It'd be really nice if we had like a left shift to sprint button, so we can at least get through this first area faster. Being able to attack and move at the same time, being able to do some cool combos too. I mean, like right now the demonstration for the physics is really cool, for like the crates and stuff. It just doesn't always cut. It'd be cool if it was like guaranteed to cut. That would be really chopping these up into tiny itty bitty pieces. These are probably not final textures for the materials here, but probably because it's a wire mesh. Is that why? So I don't know. It does pop in, which is cool on the eyeballs a little bit. But yeah, like these crates are really cool. Cutting them up it feels fantastic. Just making sure that it's like guaranteed that every time you do hit it, it chops, because some of the moves nothing happens sometimes. And for some of the combos, it's like you want it to, like, you know, I feel like I'm hitting it, like I'm in range. Sometimes it even does shake, but nothing happens to the block. So just making sure that it happens more often. I guess that's just like a collision detection glitch or something. I don't know. I like the shader. I like the triggering, like every time you slash it, it cut it into pieces. Yeah, there being enemies to fight is really cool. I know it's like really tough to put together in a game jam time, especially working on your own. But also like adding some sound effects for obviously walking, jumping, slashing, whether you're making contact or not, and slashing when you do specifically make contact. But yeah, some of these just don't trigger. I'm not sure why that is or isn't. Yeah, because like the crate is moving, the box is moving, but they're not being slashed, you know? Maybe you only can trigger like one box at a time or something, or one part of it at a time, but like right here, like I want to be able to kind of do like a charge attack into a spin move and get all these boxes at the same time, but if I hit multiple, nothing happens to any of them. Yeah, it'd be really, really cool to see these on like moving enemies, with larger enemies and stuff. Right now it's just too inconsistent. So, oh, there you go. Yeah, being able to chop up each of the pieces. Because right now I think it's just one of the pieces I'm able to chop up. Of the pieces, you know? Like as it breaks down to smaller and smaller pieces, I can't chop all of them up. But I would like to chop each piece into smaller pieces. Especially like if there's multiple crates to surrounding me or multiple enemies surrounding me, being able to chop up multiple enemies at the same time. Like visually, this looks really, really cool when it does trigger. You know, 'cause, like right now, this thing is just it's moving faster than I can move. I can't even sprint to catch up. There we go. Yeah, sometimes it triggers. I'm not too sure why that is. We'll cut these last ones up into pieces, and then we'll probably wrap up the most of the next game. So nice. There we go. Yeah, not all of them turn into pieces. And then once I start slashing, I can move up closer to it to catch the piece and then do more damage. That's it. Yep, just checking. There is no main menu. There's no option to go back to the main menu or any menu. It seems. But yeah, no, I think having more sound effects in there would be a huge, huge bonus, especially with each of the slashing and that kind of stuff. It seems like this is something that you're testing out that kind of you made within the jam time to kind of throw in to fit the theme in some way in terms of narrative. But the narrative could have been a bit more prominent for the player. I feel like. I think again, like adding more sounds in there to help out with some objective of like what the player's doing, but then having some ending for sure. Like once each of the objects has been cut down, then it kind of triggers the door opening, and then you can go on to the next room or something. Um, the movement, it felt like really slow, so like having some more agile movement, especially being able to move as you're slashing, because right now like only being able to stay still, it hurts, like when objects are rolling away from you or when they're moving away from you, to kind of reposition yourself to slash the object. I think that'd be really cool. The mechanic is nice, but it also doesn't work all the time. So fixing that, and I'm pretty sure that's like a bug, but fixing that issue would help out a lot with just making clearing out the objects feel more satisfying. Of just like hitting them with hitting multiple objects with one slash, and also like being able to chop up all those little pieces into smaller pieces after a little while. For larger pieces, maybe those have to be broken down into smaller pieces before it dissolves. So that way you don't just like take one big piece, cut off a little bit off the bottom of it, and now it gets put into that state of like, all right, cool, we're done here, bye. Um, it also incentivizes the player to want to cut down pieces into into more smaller pieces. Like, oh, it's still not gone. All right, bet. Let me chop it up some more into smaller pieces, and until it's done enough that it just starts to dissolve. Um, but I guess keeping track of that would be very tricky. But yeah, no, I mean, like if you want to lead into more of the slashing things, definitely gotta you know figure out more things to slash, figure out ways to juice up the slash in terms of like impact, like frames, a little bit of screen shake, a little bit of a audio sound effect. I don't know if you want to have a high score system tied to this in some way, shape, or form. Um, but an actual like level progression system. Like that's I feel like what's lacking the most here. Even more so than the audio for the sound effects. I feel like a progression system, not system, but like just like a sense of progression. Like you start off in one area, you know, and then you have to go to the other area. But and right now the current build, you don't have to defeat those enemies or blocks or whatever to get to the end. You could just walk past everything. So making it so that way an area is locked down, and you have to defeat the enemies in there before you can progress to the next room. It can go a long way. That red floor underneath could be used as a hazard. So if the player were to jump off that bridge in the beginning, I don't think anything happens. But having that like reset the player to the last checkpoint could be really useful because you could use that as a hazard in other rooms as well, especially if there's moving enemies or moving objects that you're trying to reach, but you also don't want to jump into the pit of lava below you. Um, and the art as well. Some of the assets, even though it's all white, you still had some weird pop in from the gray from the wire mesh. It seemed like that was like a texture they're using, but it just kept overlapping and creating some pop in that was visually disturbing. Yeah, the main menu could use some work as well. It was just the default Unity background, which I thought was funny, but for a more professional sense, you want to add the name of the game, especially like with the subtext that you have here, to just let the player know what game it is that they just launched. Especially since it's a download, and some players might be in the future game jams. They might be playing lots of downloaded games. When they boot up the game, sometimes they immediately forget which button it was that they pressed to launch a game, and they're like, "Wait, what am I playing again? Is this the right game?" You know. Menu music too. Some settings to adjust the brightness, especially if the levels are all white, but also for the audio settings too. But yeah, the movement mechanics, I think I already touched on that. But being able to slash and move at the same time, being able to move faster, being able to sprint to even move even faster, and create some cool combos if you want to get more into lean more into the animation, have like different combos that you can do, so it's not just the same three slash animation. Maybe there's like a jump combo, maybe there's a heavy attack combo or something if you charge up the attack, or if you press right click instead of left click. you know Maybe there's like a block animation. There's a lot of things you can do with this, but it definitely seems like this is something that you're working, starting to work on. That's probably going to become something bigger. But yeah, I think that's about all I have to say for the game right now. Developer wasn't able to make it in the chat. Oh well, we'll catch him next time. But that was SNP, Singularis Networking Interthread Protocol. I guess it was called SNP for the snipping things with the sword. This was by Hummer Digital. Should definitely check out more of their work. I'm sure they have a lot of cool stuff that they work on. All right, we only got what, 2 games left? Really? Huh. These are both browsers. Nice. All right, sip some water, and then we'll do that. Oh, right, Squelpy. Sorry, you said you may or may not be able to stick around to that, and I forgot to do a little tease for you. So after we're done speculating as to what game we think might be the winner, even though it may or may not come true, uh, then we're going to talk about some of the stuff that I've been working on too. Oh, now you show up. We're done snipping. We done snipped everything. Everything got snipped. You missed it. We pung you like 20 times in the chat. Oh, you're on the train. Are you still on the train? You training right now? Dumb game, right? I wouldn't say it was dumb. I guess we can just at least go back to here. We're not done talking about it. I guess the dev just showed up. It wasn't a dumb game. It just felt a little shoehorned there on trying to fit it to the theme. But I will say that the I'm probably gonna repeat some of the stuff I already said, but The mechanic, the slicing shader and everything, the mechanic was really cool. It was just like lacking a sense of progression for the player. Like, they're going from one point to the other, but there's nothing really there for them to do. Like, chop up these objects, a door opens, and they can move on to the next room type of thing. Uh, there was no controls displayed anywhere, so I'm not sure if I was missing anything else. It was just WASD space to jump and then left click to slice. That's all I did. We were talking about the animations. We are talking about some of the potential combos you could have to slice things up. We're talking about the fact that you can't walk after you trigger the slicing animation. We're talking about how slow the character moves, so being able to kind of pick up this pace a little bit more, and also including a sprint button and move faster, so that way you can go through areas a bit more quicker. Having the floor be a hazard, so if you jump off the map, you get reset. You can also include that in the level design, so it can make the areas a bit more interesting. The lack of audio in the sound effects department, and lack of an end screen, and even the main menu, not being able to go back to it, and the lack of inclusion of the name of the game itself in the main menu. It's honestly not a game, lol. Nice little tech demo. You also got a good amount of people commenting on the game page. Doesn't seem like you responded to them yet, but you should definitely check out the people chatting in the game page. And if anyone is watching the stream, you should definitely check it out and rate the game yourself. But yeah, if you want, rewind the stream because I only have two games left, and I kind of want to wrap up because my throat is getting dry. It says first time teaching myself Unity. I'm happy enough I got a cut mechanic working. Yo, that's impressive. Hell yeah. That's probably the thing that took the bulk of the work of the 5 day game jam. To be honest, was you getting that working. To be honest, it seems like that's where the bulk of the effort went into, and it shows. The fact that you got that working pretty well. Um, but I will say, oh yeah, that's another thing too. That it didn't always trigger, which made it a little frustrating. When I was trying to chop something, the object would move, but it wouldn't get cut. And also being able to keep cutting things only works sometimes. But yeah. Oh, the cutting was a plugin. Oh, well, as long as you had the right to use it in in your game, then you're perfectly fine. But yeah, the bulk of the work was the character controller. That's funny. Yeah, that tends to be the case for me too. Sometimes, just like I'm trying to make a first-person platformer or whatever. I have to spend like what for the first Interstellar Game Jam. That's what I did. I tried to make a game all by myself that fit the theme, and it took me what 3.5 days to get the character controller working, and then it wasn't even working the way I wanted it to. But yeah, definitely rewatch the footage of me playing the game. I did it like I think 2 or 3 runs of myself cutting things up, so you can see it in action and then hear my thoughts on it real time. But I am going to move on to the next couple games so we can get that squared away. And also tease some of the stuff I'm working on. Oh, look, this is the stuff that I was working on. I was going to show off later. I'm going to show off some of this gameplay later too. So Sculpey, if you want to check out the stream later on, or the VOD of the stream, you can check out some of the stuff I was working on for that game. I'll get into that in detail later. And I'll also see if I can get some of the devs to pop up in the chat so you can ask them some questions too. But yeah, next up we have five-letter word. This is by Sephersan. Sephersan. It's a short, scientifically inaccurate tower defense game about running away from symbolic black holes. How does it fit the theme? Well, it's a black hole. That's how it fits the theme. This is made in Godot. A good amount of ratings. I believe they are above the median. The median last I checked was 12, but that may or may not have gone up because surely enough, people are still rating games. It's a final countdown to rate games. Hopefully that gets over 600 ratings. That'd be really cool to see. This is a submission for the Interstellar Game Jam. Manage your money strategically, buy thrusters to outrun the black hole, and survive the asteroids. Left click to purchase thrusters and turrets. Right click to launch missiles. They cost money. Backspace to pause. It's a hyper rush game. Beware of bugs. The story is open to interpretation. Known bugs to keep in mind: the beginning cutscene skips a bit. Shop button might update incorrectly if turrets are destroyed. And you need to destroy most asteroids at the end to trigger the ending cutscene. Okay. Yo, we got the dev in the chat. What's up? Was that a post optimal? Is this your game? This is you? Yeah, a whole lot of people commenting on your game. You should definitely check them out too. But yeah, this is a healthy amount of ratings, I will say. Even in a bigger jam, this is pretty good. But yeah, let's jump on in. Looks like you got a streamer that played the game as well. Is that Bite Size Gaming? I think that's their channel. Let's check out this game. Let's play. See, can we enter full screen? Oh, it's a little weird. Can we zoom in? There doesn't seem to be audio. Oh, I say that and then there's audio. Okay. 1.2 mil. Let's try to get guns to start off. And then get thrusters. It is getting closer, but I think we're safe for now. 1.4 mil. Okay, now it's getting way too close. There we go. There we go. We need like 2.8 mil. That's getting closer. We're okay with 3 guns for now. The annoying thing is that they all target like the same one sometimes. We have enough. It's worth to uh-oh. Another thruster by accident. I don't think we're gonna win this. That's game. We're in the black hole now. There we go. Oh, that was close, I think. Oh, mission success. So we won. Okay. Uh oh. Alone by Sepherson. Music by Orange Snapdragons. Thanks for playing. You're welcome. Oh, that's it. I think it just froze in there. Yeah, you're welcome for playing it, of course. I'll give it a reload. I'll try it out again, actually, and we'll talk a little bit more about some stuff you can improve upon here. Um, so for starters, let's get some audio in for this cutscene, right? Let's at least get some like music at the bare minimum. Ideally, each slide could have like another sound associated with that slide along with the background music, so two tracks essentially. So that way the player has a little bit more context of what's happening here, more or less, you know. I thought I was dying as soon as I hit that line. And I thought I was dying when the line came out on the other side. And I figured I was dying when it faded to black. So I guess when the black hole was, I was in the center of it or something. But I mean, it doesn't really seem like I should be buying missiles at all. I think the strat is to do like two laser beams and then have the laser beams do the work. My gripe with the laser beams, though, is that they tend to target the same asteroid sometimes. I feel like if one laser beam is targeting an asteroid already, then it should just target a different asteroid. It's like sometimes, and for the most part, it works, but sometimes you get stuck with the asteroids being all three turrets are shooting at the same asteroid. Alright, let's go. I think we have 3 and 3. Can we get 4 turrets? There we go, 4 turrets. I thought we couldn't last time, but something must have happened. I feel like these numbers are like super, super big for us to kind of properly keep track of. I guess that's our health right there, huh? The amount of population is still left. That's a good way to keep track of your health, honestly. Also, too, like I feel like at this point too, maybe we start taking some damage over time because the black hole is starting to suck people off the planet or something. I mean, a little stuff. We did it. We did it again. I don't understand what this frame means though. But I do like that concept. Yeah, I think like having the numbers be a little smaller so we can keep track of how much things actually cost. Um I wouldn't say the asteroid should drop health if the whole point of it is that you're trying to protect Earth's population. It would imply that the asteroids maybe had aliens that integrated themselves into Earth population. Um, Not to sound xenophobic or anything, but if the whole point is like human lives on the Earth, then that'll make more sense that it's just stagnant. But how many is that? It's like what? It's 1,000. It's 1,000,000. a billion, just 1 billion. Let me see. One, two, three. That's 1,000. One, two, three. That's a million. Two, three. Wait, 1,000. A million. A billion. Yeah, it's a billion people. I thought population was like 8 to 9 billion at the moment. Are you telling me that these are like the last survivors of Earth? The population got cut by 1/9 or something? That's crazy. Um, but yeah, I don't understand what 5 letter word meant. Short answer, but inaccurate tower defense game about running away from symbolic black holes. 5 letter word? Is it just black? Is that the 5 letter word? I don't get it. Why is this named the way it is? But yeah, it seems like it's got a good amount of ratings so far. It's pretty healthy. Like I said, a good amount of comments. The art was fine. I didn't mind the art at all. You got some asteroid variety. You got the black hole that's creeping in. I do like that aspect of the game. I do like that mechanic. Um, the lasers, like I said, I wish that those targeted different asteroids instead of the same one. So that way, when you get surrounded by a whole bunch of them, you have a better chance at less population losses and just less chance of taking damage in general. Um, the amount of the cost for the thrusters and for the turret upgrades, I feel like they should have been cheaper just so we had a better idea of how much money we had. Because there's also no commas on the dollar amounts. It's just straight up like that's why I had to count the zeros. There's no commas like every third number or something. So let me know that there is a like this is entered the thousands, this is entered the millions, and in some cases, some things cost billions. I don't know if it even got to that point, but having some commas there, some delineation to let me know how much money we actually have, that could help out with figuring out how to scale things properly. Oh, the 5 letter word was alone, which is shown at the end of the ending cutscene. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. Alone is the word. Time was a really big constraint for me this jam. I'll definitely implement more features in post jam. Hell yeah. But yeah, no, the fact that you got an ending screen alone, like that's pretty impressive. Like again, there's I was saying before how some games their win condition when you beat the game is the game just shuts down and closes. I thought that this was, the fact that you have a whole intro cutscene and ending cutscene. Plenty of games don't even have that, let alone game jam games. So I think that was really impressive that you're able to get that included. You still had a win condition and a lose condition. I don't think I've lost. I mean, you could try losing real quick to see what happens. Maybe there's a bonus ending or something. But there's a lot of people that don't even have, like a game over screen or a pause menu or a main menu. Like, I know you don't have a main menu here, but I'm just saying, like, there's things that people do include and don't include because of the jam constraints. So you did a lot of stuff here, right? So many games don't have intro cutscenes. Yeah, we'll let this ride out, and we'll see what happens if we just ignore it entirely. I also like the fact that the game doesn't start until it tutorializes you. That's like, what does this button do? What does that button do? Now you know what the buttons do. Then we'll start the game. Uh-oh, we lost our turret. Uh-oh. Let's try to get the humanity death ending first. number is just so big that it doesn't. You don't see how much of an impact it really has sometimes. But it looks like we're about half health. This might be what gets us. I don't know. Come on, come on. We're about a quarter health now. Yeah, we'll do the humanity dies off ending first. Oh, it just resets. It doesn't even hit zero. And we'll try the black hole ending next. That's where we just invest in guns and nothing else. Spoiler alert, there's no fail screen. Yeah, I noticed. I do want to see what happens when you, like, I know there's no fail screen, but I want to know at what point do you fail, you know? It looks like the black hole is getting real big real fast. And the song gets distorted the closer you are to the black hole? Like, what? Are you telling me that's not clever? That's clever. We do have enough to get another thruster, but we're gonna let this ride out. The black hole's getting bigger again. At what point does it fail? Like when there's no more glow on the screen? Yep. There's a lot of wiggle room here. I feel like this game is pretty easy. It could have also done a bit more with like the difficulty of the game, like balancing out whether or not you should invest in a thruster versus a gun. Because right now it seems like invest in guns as soon as you can because that's what destroys the asteroids and builds up more money faster. But you know, you have the whole world of population too. So maybe like the more humans you have that are still alive, maybe there's passive income from people over time. And if more people take damage, then it's less income or something. I don't know. But also like population growth. Like maybe there's like a small number of population that goes up over time. But yeah, you could really definitely like lengthen this out in some way by increasing some of those values and stuff over time, or having there be ways to increase those values. But yeah, that's about all I have to say, I think, for this one. Thank you for joining us in the chat. 5 letter word. This game is alone. The letter 5 letter word is alone. This is by Sepherson or Post Optimal in the chat. Oh man. Yeah, my room is getting warm all over again. But yeah, thanks for submitting to the jam. Thanks for taking the time to make a game. Thanks for coming out to the chat. I really, really appreciate it. The balancing was a nightmare because some of my testers spammed missiles while the others immediately knew the strat like you. LOL. Yeah. I'm sure the thing with the spamming missiles, you definitely want to use them sparingly because like you want to make sure that when you use it, you're getting more money from destroying the asteroids than you lost money from buying the missile. Although I was tempted to use the missiles more because I wanted to get the asteroids that the turrets missed. But yeah, let's move on to one more game, and then we'll do some predictions. Then we'll do some predictions as to which game made it, made it best in certain aspects of it, and then we'll move over to some bonus game, a game that I do level design for, and then we'll show that off for a little bit, and y'all should definitely check it out yourselves too. But yeah, it's gonna be 1 second, then cool off for a bit. See if we can get the game devs for this game to pop up on chat at some point. But yeah, let's do this 1 second. All right. Sip some water, and then we'll move on to the last game of the jam. All right, next up, last, last up, last but not least, System Breach. This is by Amelis8888. Says you are a robot that's trying to take over the world by hacking a series of computers. Where's dog on the pewter when you need him? How does this fit the theme? Well, my game is about a robot that's trying to create a robotic singularity. Made in Godot. And this could definitely use some more ratings. So if y'all are out there watching the stream, please go out there, play some games alongside me. Rate these games yourself. This one is the last one that got into the jam, so it makes sense why there's less people who've rated it. But it's a web browser game, right? It says to run game right here, so y'all can run the game yourselves too. Go check it out. But the game page says you're a robot that's trying to take over the world by hacking a series of computers. You will start the robotic singularity. Let's see, maybe we gotta zoom in here. Seems that way. So this is zooming in. All right. No music in the main menu. Maybe there's music in the game itself. There's no settings. Um, got some decent pixel art. Got some really nice pixel art for the background here. Got a hallway over there and a hallway that leads off to the left over here. That's pretty cool. Let's check it out. Left arrow, right arrow, and jump to move around. What's jump? Let's jump. Space to jump. The goal, hack all the computers and gain complete knowledge, beginning the robot singularity. So I will say the controls are a little iffy here. Also, I don't know what's happening when I press S, or not S, but up an arrow. There's no WASD movement, so my right hand's not really doing much. So it's like left arrow, right arrow, and space bar, which is like, why am I moving so much? All right. Press up arrow to spawn a grappling hook. Oh, that's what it does. Make sure your mouse is on the target. So why is what? Huh? Dog, what? No, please don't tell me I gotta use three hands to play this. Why do you have left arrow, right arrow, and space bar? And then tell me I need to place my mouse over there. Like I'm playing with my pinky extended. My pinky is extended like crazy to get to the space bar. And I also gotta press up arrow too. Like what? I only got that because I have to like pre-place my mouse. I can't do it dynamically. Boxes can be grappled, and some platforms are one way. Place box onto pressure plate to open the trapdoor. I did not do that. Dog, why am I jumping between all these settings? What the heck? It's not even left click either to do the grapple. It's up arrow. Okay, at least I could restart. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, lack of audio, big one. Dog, the fact that I have to move my cursor to a thing, not beyond it, mind you. I guess beyond it works too, but like, why am I using up arrow to do that instead of left click? It's extremely unintuitive, I will say. Like, how am I supposed to do this? I can't even jump because it's so far off to the left. Like, I can't. My left hand is already being occupied by all three mouse control buttons. You really should have made WASD the default here because I can't. I could barely move, man. Oh, that was it. I think you spawned the player too close to the last computer there. But the fact that my left hand has to be used to do up arrow, left arrow, right arrow, my pinky has to extend all the way to the space bar. I can't, if by my pinky expands to the space bar, now all that's left on the up, left, and right arrow is my thumb. And I can't roll my thumb that fast in order to do right movement and then up arrow to grapple. I have to pre-place my mouse, be like, okay, hopefully it stays there. So when I press up and jump, I can do some stuff. But like, how does it work for like other areas? It's like, okay, I guess I gotta move my mouse over here and then do that. And then I gotta move my mouse here and then I could do that. You know? And then I gotta move my mouse over here and then I could do that. It seems that's not enough. So it's a constant like you're just positioning it and hopefully it's in the right spot. Okay, now let's see if this works. See, now I gotta position it again because it was in the wrong spot. Yep. It seems that the ending just happens. The fifth level you can't really play. You messed up the spawning of the player. You kind of put them at the end of the level instead of the beginning. Wally was never the same after the humans died. I do like the artwork for the Wally character. It looks really cute. Yep, no generative AI was used. I mean, I don't mind the computer goal. That's fine. Uh, there's no audio, so we won't talk about that. But obviously, we've talked about it in every single entry before of ways that the player can, you can improve the quality for the player by having sound included, both just background music, sound effects from walking around and interacting with things and taking damage and doing damage and whatever. Um, I love the grapple hook mechanic, but I hated how you'd split it up into. It seemed to me like three different controllers, like the space bar being so far away from the up arrow, the left and right key, and then the mouse itself. Like, if you want to have more intuitive gameplay, have WASD be the default, WASD. So that way I can go left and right with W, or I can go left and right with A and D. If there's a ladder or something, I can climb it with W and S. Space bar to jump, as we have it already. So that way I can have my whole left hand in one position. And then on the right hand, I'm on the mouse. Instead of it being, what was it, up arrow to shoot the grapple hook, you change that to left click. And then you change the mouse position, it stays the same. So that way your left hand is all just movement focus, and your right hand is grapple hook. And then boom, character controller fixed. I will have no more complaints. But the way it is right now, the fact that it's up arrow to launch the grappling hook, left and right arrow to move, space bar to jump, and then the right hand being used in the mouse for the grapple hook. I can't do all four things at the same time. My mind doesn't work like that. I think you were working on this while on a laptop, so you're able to position your hands in a way better area. You have to consider that most people will not be playing these games on laptops. Most people will be playing this with mouse and keyboard. Even if they are playing on a laptop, chances are that they have a mouse and they're not going to use the trackpad to play the games. Thirdly, there's also people that have controllers or game pads, what they call them for certain whatever. But, there's a small amount of people that play with controllers. My point is try to be considerate to the majority of the players that are playing your game so that way it doesn't lead to any player frustration. Um, I would have had a lot more fun with the grapple mechanic if that were the case. As it stands, so the grapple mechanic is fun. I just wish there was more we could do with it there. Um, Not too sure what much else I can say about this game besides there's no audio. The art is okay. I mean, the mechanic is fun, but it needs to be added. You gotta fix that character controller. And then you could do more with the level design. The last level I wasn't able to play because the character spawns on the objective, so you just win immediately without doing anything. And it looked like there's a pretty big level there, so I feel like that would be a good place to test out the mechanics. Also, more levels would be nice too, so you can do some really cool stuff. Have there be some hazards that if the player touches it, you take damage. I mean, I saw hazards. It just didn't do much. I guess I didn't feel it was too hard. It was just me fighting with a controller. That was the only difficulty. Um, but yeah, that was System Breach by Amelis8888. And with that, that's every single game for the Interstellar Game Jam 9 played live on stream in front of every single one of y'all. Appreciate it for making it this far. At this point, we can probably do a little bit of speculation as to what we think might be the winning games here. As y'all are aware, there are, a multitude of categories. We could probably start this off by putting this into like the most popular of all games, or maybe the most rated is probably a better idea. We can see here Singularity by Squelpy, who was in the chat earlier, is the number one rated game in the jam with 25 ratings so far. That is crazy. That is crazy. But the lowest one, what is it, Snip, only 6 ratings, unfortunately. And that means that they're going to get severely penalized with by not being so, by being the furthest away from the median. Um, so Snip might be one of the lower ranking games in that regard, which is a little unfortunate. But someone's got to be the lowest ranking game. Is there if there's also a highest ranking game, right? There's also a multitude of categories. I'll just use this as an example. There's theme, fun, art, mechanics, and sound. In terms of theme, that's hard to say for sure, especially considering people have multiple, they have their own opinions as to what better fits the theme than other games. But there were some that had the theme multiple times over. The Singularity of Clara used black holes in a really interesting way. Same with, what was it we played recently? Inter Black also did that as well, of the black hole being what you use to kind of progress around. Um, in terms of like the most fun game of the jam, Handle the Recoil might get, you know, the highest in fun, not gonna lie. There were some other fun games, but off the top of my head, that one just like felt the juiciest to play. There were a lot of platformers. There weren't a lot of games that had like enemies and stuff. Light Shot was pretty fun too. A good amount of puzzle games too, which is interesting. But yeah, what else? Yeah, that was like the fun category. In terms of art, that's gonna be tricky because like Singularities of Nature had amazing hand drawn art. Uh, I think they drew them by hand and scanned them in. Yeah, you can see some of the pictures there. So that was really cool. So that one might win in art just because of that, you know, fact. Not to say that they had the best art. Mr. B is Hungry has some really good art as well. Obviously, Barkery had really good art. Handle of Recall didn't really have that good art, in my opinion. Singularity was interesting. There's a lot of games that were puzzle games that didn't really lean into the art aspect too much, but some of them did mechanics. For the mechanics, that's hard to determine as well. There's like different movement mechanics. There's different like environmental mechanics, or just gameplay mechanics that people kind of like enjoy more than others, or that just speaks to them more. But Handle the Recoil has some really good mechanics there. The Sightseeing of Clara had some good mechanics. I'm trying to remember some of these games too. My mind is a little bit mush, so it's hard to say. Um, yeah, Enter Black has some good mechanics. Yeah, what else was there? We talked about art. We talked about mechanics. Talked about fun. Fun is subjective, I guess. Fun is very subjective, but Handle the Recoil probably has like that moment to moment gameplay stuff. There are other games that I had a good time playing, like Singular Johnny. I say that was pretty fun as well. Divide Zero had a good time playing that one. There's some games that I can't just remember off the top of my head because either they're streams ago or I only played them for a short amount of time or something. But yeah, the Singularity Lounge was also I had a fun time just hanging out in there too. Talking to different characters. The sound, which is really good, which is another category too. The sound, like the Singularity Lounge, did a really good job, just like kind of making the whole place feel like a vibe. But then you have like At Work Again with by Hobbs, and Hobbs just cooks when it comes to making music. So I feel like At Work Again might be a pretty good contender for number one in audio. There was another game too that had really good audio. What was it? What was it? Space Sonata. Space Sonata is another one that might, that's another good contender for audio. Like they have a bunch of music tracks on there, but who knows? Like quantity might not take it. It might just be that one singular quality song by Hobbs that just takes Space Sonata, you know, just takes him up on that. And also there's like the rating disparity. So there's I hope this game should be safe from the median. So both of them should be at equal footing in that regard. So it would be a really good toss up to see who wins that category. But those two I feel like are neck and neck. But overall, the number one overall game, that's going to be hard to say. A lot of people are looking at Handle the Recoil for sure. But some games just lean into things a little bit better than others. And it all depends on their ranking on all the other categories too and how it all comes together. So there was a game, I forget which one it was called, but that I just felt was just like really, really juicy and well put together. Besides Handle the Recoil, it's definitely something else. I just can't remember off the top of my head. But there are a lot of contenders for top spot. We'll see. And then whoever wins their game gets shown off at Play NYC, Anime NYC. It'll be pretty upfront. Ooh. And I think we got the schedule more or less as to what it's going to be, and it might be shown off for more than just 4 hours. We'll see. I think they're allowing us to show it off every night, but only at night, so that way somebody else can come in and show off their game in the afternoon while we show it off in the evenings. Because we're there, we're going to be at the convention from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. most days. Friday and Saturday for sure. Sunday we'll be in there from 10 a.m. until like 4 p.m. and then we start breaking down and going home. Um, then Thursday we'll be there pretty early, but I don't think the doors open until a little bit later. Oh, and that might be like 4 p.m. until 10 p.m. or something. So the 4 day convention, it'll be like three full shifts essentially. And of the 4 days, it seems that it'll be shown off for 3 evenings. So we Thursday evening, Friday evening, and Saturday evening. Whereas Sunday evening we'll just be tearing it down, so we won't be showing it off Sunday evening. So it was a lot longer than I was expecting. It wasn't just a 4 hour time slot. So hell yeah! Shout out to those at Gumbo that helped us put this all together. If y'all haven't heard of Gumbo, if you happen to be in New York City, check them out. I'll pull up their website real quick too, so you can see what I'm talking about. But yeah, Gumbo NYC, that's their website. Yeah, it's a co-working space. They host a great amount of events. It's a nice little couch stone and stuff, and it's all about people who make their own games, indie game developers and stuff. They focus on them as a collaborative space that we all just kind of hang out and stuff. But there are also like a lot of events that they host and events that they participate in. One of them is Play NYC. Is their calendar here, but doesn't really say it for this week. But yeah, Play NYC is going to be from Thursday all the way up until Sunday, and a lot of us are going to be there. I'll be there, and yeah, they allowed us to show off a game at the booth, and I decided to have it be the winner of the jam. But Playcrafting is the one who is spearheading Play NYC. So there's no like videos or anything here, but oh yeah, here it is. Here's one. And maybe you'll see me in this video. Hey, it's me. That'll be me showing off your game. There's a lot of cool people that are involved in this that will be showing off stuff in here. Year after year they come by. So it's really cool to, there's also like, yeah, people dressing up, cosplaying, because it's Anime NYC, you know? And so we'll be there. There's Gumbo, there's Gumcardia. We'll be there to kind of like have a presence there. I'll be showing off the game, the winner at this convention. It'll probably loop. I'm not sure if it's looped yet or not. But yeah, no, a whole lot of really, really cool people. And yeah, the booth that we have is, I wouldn't say front and center. It is up front, but not center, unfortunately. It's me again. Yeah, I gotta fix my mustache. It was a little bit off there. Whoops. But yeah, it's going to take place in Anime NYC, and these are the dates for that. And yeah, we'll be showing it off. It seems like every night that the convention's going on. Tickets are expensive, which is why I won't be able to provide tickets for folks. I'll just be able to use my connections since I'm already there showing stuff off to show off the jam winner as well. We'll be taking pictures, we'll be taking video of people playing your game, of me showing off the game, trying to get people to play the game. But we're in a pretty good spot that I think there'll be a good amount of people playing games, especially since it's be like later on in the day. People will be all over the anime part of the convention in the morning and afternoon. And then afterwards, they might want to wind down and play some games. That's like perfect timing for us to show off. While we're already showing off the winner, people will be able to show off to play the game and stuff. Um, but yeah, that's a whole lot of games over there. But I want to play one more game before I close things off. And this is a little bit of a self insert. I will admit. But let me just share this with one more person. Let me find the right channel to put this. But yeah, no, the game that I want to show off is this game right here. It's called Nira Across Skies. To close off. Cool. Just wanted to let the devs know that I was going to play their game. But yeah, no, this is a game that I worked on. I mean, it's not my project. It's not my game. It's a client project, but they've been working on this game for years now. It's quite a few years that they've been working on this game, and I want to show off some of the stuff that I worked on and explain a little bit of the level design process when it came to it for the first time. But this game, Nero Across Skies, you can play test this right now yourself. It is available on Steam, the playtest, the demo. So if you all want to check it out, by all means, please do. Feel free. Also, there's a link to their Discord within the game. I'll also be posting more about this after the jam concludes. So that way, um, there'll be a direct link to the game page itself. But we're gonna launch this real quick. I'm gonna give it a little play test. I'll get a good portion through, but I don't want to spoil the entire demo for you guys. I'll just get through the first section. Hey, Nira devs in the chat. What's up? Welcome, welcome. We're just booting up the current build right now. It's loading, and then we'll switch over to that screen. We have the Nira Across Skies in the chat right now. Hell yeah. playing this on ultra wide, so we get to see how the devs took into account my ultra wide monitor as well. But everything is made original for this. Original soundtrack, original animations, original art, original story design. I am the first video game. Fun fact. But yeah, I'm only gonna play about like I want to say halfway through the demo, and there's also a bonus test level as well. Maybe we'll test that. We'll check that out a little bit. But I don't want to. This isn't a speedrun attempt. I'll let you know right now. There are speedrunners in the Discord, like what, like Oni, like Null, that just crush any time that I'll try to put out there. They know all the latest and greatest tricks. But yeah, there is some pretty cool stuff in here. But let's check it out. So I guess this would be like a little bit of a developer commentary, wouldn't it? I'll be talking from the perspective of the level designer, but there's more than just me that worked on these levels. You know, like it's 100% a team effort. There are people that helped spruce up certain areas and like overhaul it like crazy, and also like people that worked on different aspects of the level design instead of just like basic geometry. Messed that up. So this is a momentum-based physics platformer. It's all about speed. It's all about moving, schmoving, as the lead dev says. Yeah, you got wall jumping. And this is where shit gets crazy. You good? What?
I think I'm dying, Kane. Go on without me.
Right, I'll just float to Shoeshire.
Shoeshire?
Yes, right past the highway here.
Oh shoot, we can still make it in time.
We're going to be late regardless.
The grass is greener on the side.
That doesn't make any sense.
Time to go.
So yeah, there's some voice acting in this already too, and there's going to be a whole lot more coming up later. We got collectibles. We got double jumping. We got slamming, running, speed. Yeah, the ground pound is also a lot of fun to mess around with. But I was talking about Celeste earlier in the stream and how I haven't played the game yet and how I feel bad, especially since I was comparing a lot of the 2D games to it. But this game, the lead developer, Adris, took a lot of inspiration from Celeste while working on this game. But there's a whole lot of inspirations, like a lot of people have taken when working on this game. Like the main artist takes a lot of inspiration from like Sonic Adventure and a lot of other Sonic games. And it plays a huge role in our discussions when we develop the level designs and how to handle a lot of them. By the way, the reason you fell out of the bus, some robot stole the power source.
How would a robot steal my power source?
Oh, I think I skipped the dialogue. I like Celeste. I have yet to play it. I have yet to play Celeste. I hear great things about the game. But I got a lot of my inspiration for these level designs from like different racetracks that I put together, different roller coasters that I put together, and like Roller Coaster Tycoon or Tony Hawk or whatever. But the movement, I always get lost in the movement mechanics. In terms, like in a good way, like I just keep messing around with it, coming up with fun ways to interact with different environment pieces and stuff. And like I said, like these levels, it's not just me putting them together. Like I do like the bulk of the work for sure, but like the art team will come in and help out with like places like creating new assets, especially after I do my pass on certain areas. They'll come in afterwards and upgrade it with different art assets. And there's another level designer that comes in too to help with like major overhaul in certain areas too. Oh, hello, hello there. Hi, goodbye, bye. There's still a good amount of like placeholder stuff here and there too. So like over time, this demo, this level, even this will like you'll see a lot of like upgrades and stuff now. We even have cutscenes.
Hey, what's shaking, Bacon?
Mira, I'm the mayor.
Oh, I tried.
Actually, since you're here, we could use your help.
I love helping.
We're already late to We're already late to Stone Root City. Well, you can't get there because a robot powered down the station.
Another robot?
There are extra batteries at the farm. I asked some kids to grab them, but it's been a while. Could you get the batteries? And if they need power, check around into the
Try the
city.
generators?
Yes, but please don't interrupt me.
Sorry. Okay. Batteries, generators, robot.
The robot isn't part of
Well,
it.
fingers crossed.
And this is a second level essentially. Yeah, I won't be interacting with too many things around here. I'm just gonna show y'all the area more or less. But yeah, this is what I've been working on these past few months. I haven't been so active in the Discord lately. Doing a lot of level design for this project. Love, Death, and Robots. There's a whole town to explore, and then over time they'll be adding, more characters to interact with, more side quests, more things to do, more content over time to be added into this demo for sure. But there's a whole campaign, a whole extra set of missions, a whole extra world to explore. This is just like a fraction of what's going to be in the full game. But oh yeah, the developer said I can't tell who's talking from the account. I'm assuming it's Aegis. But yeah, Aegis is saying that Nira is voiced by Rachel Lake, who is also the main voice of Beat from Unbeatable. So if any of y'all familiar with Unbeatable, we have the same voice actress as V. I personally haven't played Unbeatable yet. I have heard of the game due to them getting showcased at MagFest, and Nira as well will be showcased at MagFest this upcoming, what's it, January? So if any of y'all are going to MagFest and want to play this yourself and chat with all the developers in person, check it out. I'm not sure what their exact booth number is yet. I don't know when we'll find out the information. If you're there, this is the game to play. There's gonna be a whole bunch of like cool stuff that cool swag, and I'm sure they'll have some stickers. Right? Right? There'll be stickers. Yeah, I got some people that talk about love, death, robots. Like little tappy sounds from the footsteps. Yeah. Yeah, this is why I've been working on this. Nira, awesome guys. And there's a whole bunch of cool, like, fun level mechanics added around everywhere too. And there's always more that are being added, and a whole bunch of cool stuff in the future levels too. I'm just not going to do everything because I want y'all to play this yourselves. Like I said, it's on Steam. You can download the demo, playtest. You can join the Discord, and I'll be posting more about it in the announcement channel after the jam is over. But I just want to show y'all a little bit before signing off of the stream. What a silly little game you got there. That's Adris. I wonder if that's Walk on the other account, or if you just, unless you're just swapping accounts. But yeah, shout out to Adris, shout out to Viri. I'll show off the credits in a little bit, I guess. Wait, there's a respawn mechanic. I haven't shown it off because I don't fail that often. Really fun game, and I'm not being biased whatsoever when I say that. There's a lot of times where I'm just testing out certain areas and just like replaying it over and over again that I definitely have to do for playtesting purposes to make sure that the areas work. But also I just get lost in running around the environment sometimes. Just playing around with these mechanics. Unbiased opinion. Nira is a fun time. Thanks, Nira across guys. Alright, I guess this their YouTube channel is also posting in the chat. Nira across guys, you can find them on YouTube too. I think they're going to be posting a whole lot more content in the coming days leading up to MagFest. So stay tuned on that front. Even if you don't end up going to MagFest, you should definitely check out the content. And play the game for yourself. Let me show off the other level too in the meantime. Show off some of the other mechanics that we have been working on for the second world. I'm not going to beat the level because I don't want to show y'all how to beat the level, but There's a new dash mechanic as well that the player can unlock in the second world. And more level elements as well that I can experiment with. Rail grinding, launch platforms, crumbling platforms, ramps, slopes. It's my job to put all these together in an interesting way that allows the player to flow. Yeah, I'm not gonna show y'all how to beat this level. Y'all have to play it yourself. Figure it out yourselves. Can't spoil all the fun. But yeah, no, seriously. I guess that's one problem this game has currently is that the loading screens take a little while. But seriously, thank you to everybody that's been working on this project for letting me show it off. I'm just gonna scroll through the credits. But yeah, the level design it's a joint effort. I do the bulk of the work. Other people come in and help out with the finishing touches and stuff. Like that first level, a lot of that got changed from what I had shown off, thanks to Alex coming in and doing a lot of the changes. Guac as well. I guess this is Sean here for doing a lot of the artwork and the majority of the artwork, especially the 3D models, the character animations. Adrian's doing most of the programming, and Pharaoh's doing a lot of the writing and also music for the game as well. Yeah, a whole lot of people coming together and making some dope games. Yeah. Thank you all for checking that out. Again, some of these speed runners, I think this also needs to get updated. But we'll see. Link to their Discord is in the game. I appreciate the developers for coming out to say hello. The Obama medal? Where's the Obama medal? I missed it. Yeah, all the folks are coming out to say hello. That's awesome. Yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna attempt any speed run attempts here. For 2 reasons: one, because I know I'm not gonna beat any records. But 2, because I want y'all to play the game yourself and check it out. But I'm gonna put a link to all that stuff in an announcement I'll make, I guess, in a few hours, because the jam is going to end in a little bit. But yeah, the music's awesome, the art is awesome, the gameplay is awesome. The level design, I'm a bit biased, I will say, is top quality level design. But it flows really, really nicely, and I think y'all would have a lot of fun playing it. We can see some of the leaderboards. Yeah, look at these times. Yeah, folks are beating this level in like 3 minutes. It's crazy. Would not be surprised if this game became very popular. That's the idea. We would really hope if it got popular. Also, these times here, this level was supposed to take like 4.5 minutes to beat, and people are beating it in a minute, which is crazy. They're finding some crazy strats. We got Null in the chat. Yeah, like I said, Nola's one of the speedrunners. He did some crazy times on here. Tony Hopper's another one, and Liquid Fire. A few other people too that I'm just not seeing on the top parts here. Octaves, I guess. But yeah, some people were like these guys when they first made these levels, they get through the level in like four was it like 10 seconds was the record? 8 seconds? You know, something that was supposed to be done in 4.5 minutes, they get done in 8 seconds is crazy. Gulp. But yeah, that's one thing that playtesting is really handy for is showing you the flaws in your level design, flaws in the mechanics. That way, the developers can come in and fix them up. So that way, people can't break the game as fast. But yeah, they have playtesting sessions every time a new build pops up, and MagFest is coming up. Also, what's it called? They're gonna be showing off at Game of Palooza. Game of Palooza is coming up just before New York City Comic Con. So if anybody is happening to be watching the stream or the VOD later, if you're gonna be in town for New York City Comic Con, that Wednesday, I believe it's Wednesday, is Game of Palooza. There's gonna be a whole bunch of local New York City games being shown off there. I believe Nira is gonna be one of them, so you get a chance to come to our home turf and meet some of us. So it's gonna be pretty cool. But yeah, this game's a lot of fun. It's come a long way too. Like even when I first started working on the project, the content that was there, it was definitely fun, but it didn't like come together in terms of like fully connecting with the art and the narrative, especially. And now it's really elevated. You know, it's really starting to come together, and now we have it in a place where you get a good feel of what the game could be. But yeah, yeah, like I said, check it out on Steam. Nira Across Skies. The name might change. I'm not too sure if and when it will change, but in the meantime, that's what you can type in to find it. And the playtest is free. Just download it. It should be good to go. Shout out to the devs coming out to spread their love in the chat. We appreciate you and thank you to everyone who checks out the game. Seriously, it's huge if you check it out. I know this isn't really a dedicated stream to the game, so I didn't want to lean into it too much, but I wanted to show y'all a little bit of to why I haven't been too active in the Discord uh, and hosting our own events and stuff like that. But yeah, with MagFest coming up, with Game of Palooza coming up, with Play NYC coming up, all these game events and stuff, I feel like now's a good time to kind of show off some of the stuff I've been working on. But yeah, I think we're getting to a good point where we can close off and call it for a night. My voice is, I've been yapping a whole lot lately. I can't wait to see, for y'all to see the stuff that we've been working on for like the other levels for that game, especially when the game comes out. But in the meantime, that demo, this nice juicy steak. There's also a boss fight. Did I tell you that? There's a boss fight at the end. You should check out that boss fight. It's crazy. But yeah, we played almost 40 games. We have to disqualify a good amount of them, but it definitely surpassed my expectations in terms of like the amount of games y'all be showing off and the quality as well. Great music, great art, great mechanics. A whole lot of fun. I'm curious to see which game is going to win this jam. I'm curious to see what y'all decide upon. But let's keep rating these games. We still have what, 2 hours left for the jam? 2 hours left. And then the winners will be announced, and then we'll find out who's going to be shown off at Play NYC this year. But if y'all are checking out these games, there'll be a link in the description for y'all to try some of these games. A lot of them are playable on browser only participants can rate games, but it's definitely a good opportunity to check out some of these other games that were made here. Um, and let's try to get these up to 600 before the end of the night. We've got 2 hours left. I still see that number going up, so that's good. But yeah, I think I will call it right about there. Uh, Thank you all for joining me for all of these live streams. We got through every single entry, and we still had enough time to show off Nira. That was really cool. Um, if you guys do play Nira, check out the Discord. I'm active in there too, and send me some footage of your speed runs. I think it'd be pretty cool to see how quick you get through some of these areas and some interesting routes that you could potentially take too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head off now. Drink some water, cool off, and I hope you all have a good night. Before we leave, I guess I'll just play some music from at work again, and then I'll just let that play off while I head out. But yeah, thank you all again so much. Hope you all have a good night. Take care.